Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everyone.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
Maggie.
all.
Morning.
Wow, the market's reeling from President Trump's address to the nation last night. Looks like that's going to be the dominating factor today. Oil and diesel prices surging. Shy, what are the headlines you're watching? I've got to think it's all about that, right?
So it is all about that. So I'm just going to do a kind of a recap. So we had stocks and bonds falling as oil surged anew, with President Donald Trump dashing optimism that the war in the Middle East is nearing a swift resolution, that disruptions to energy flows will ease. Bonds tumbled as expectations that oil prices will stay higher for longer prompted traders to initiate fresh bets on tighter monetary policy. The dollar advanced the most in a week, while gold snapped a 4-day streak of gains. After President Trump pledged last night more aggressive attacks in the coming weeks, Iran's army chief ramped up the threats, saying if the enemy attempts a ground operation, not a single person should survive, as the U.S. has ordered thousands of more troops into the region. Brent crude has jumped to $109 per barrel, WTI 108. Interesting, that spread has come in quite a lot. European gas prices rose as much as 7%, and Europe's diesel futures hit the highest level since 2022 at $200 a barrel equivalent. Iranian missile attacks at Tel Aviv and Jerusalem forced many inside bomb shelters, with Israel reporting 5 sets of launches between midnight and 10 a.m. local time on Thursday. In Paris, Goldman Sachs offices reportedly were put under police surveillance following bomb threats believed to come from an Iranian group. The UK will chair a virtual meeting of about 35 nations to discuss restoring freedom and navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, initially focusing on diplomatic efforts, but potentially considering economic sanctions and military options if necessary. The Philippines has received assurance from Iran that it will allow the safe passage of Philippine-flagged vessels, fuel, and Filipino seafarers through the Strait of Hormuz. That assurance came after Foreign Minister Lazaro spoke with her Iranian counterpart, with the two diplomats tackling energy supply security. We have foreign selling of Japan stocks hits an 18-month high. Foreigners have offloaded the most shares since September 2024. Overseas investors dumped around $9.5 billion of Japanese cash equities on a net basis in the week that ended March 27th, according to data from Japan's exchange group. That marks the third straight week of selling after net buying. They import most of all of their oil, gas, and product needs, and so the thinking there is that their economy is going to be most affected by the continuation of this war. We have Oracle slashing thousands of jobs while doubling down on AI expansion. The giant announced a huge increase in expenditure tied to the build-out of its AI capacity in 2025, including a $500 billion Stargate project with OpenAI and SoftBank. But investors have soured on Oracle's plans, many worried that it has overextended itself in a bid to become a key player in the AI revolution, and thus, in order to save money, they are slashing around 30,000 jobs. And last but not least, I'll end it with something good. The NASA crew of astronauts launched to space and reached stable orbit, kicking off a landmark journey that will take them closer to the lunar surface than anyone has been in 50 years. There'll be a 10-day mission to lap the moon. And last but not least, data on the docket today at 8:30 a.m. We have initial jobless claims and continuing claims. And at 10, we have factory orders, durable goods, and cap goods. So pretty quiet initial and everybody will be watching those jobless claims numbers. But other than that, quiet day on the data front.
Yeah. I'm glad you threw that good news in there, Shai, because gosh, we need some. It's just relentless. I feel like everyone has fatigue over, the sort of wild swings, but also just the fact that every headline, almost every headline this morning was just dominated by Trump and by the war. And I know a lot of people are feeling, so I spoke to somebody yesterday who's a really experienced trader. It's just like, I'm just feeling a little jaded right now because it's been a tough slog. Craig, what do you make of the reaction that we've seen in the market? I mean, we had that rally. I mean, we keep talking about the fog of war, but people keep falling into that pattern of sort of hooking on to the fact that this may end and then getting terribly disappointed on the other end.
Yeah. So I went with the yellow sweatshirt today because caution is warranted. Markets have been down 10 Thursdays in a row. And so here we are again on Thursday. And I think the standard pattern that we've been seeing is going to continue. Look, over the last several weeks, we've seen this notable pattern of markets kind of putting in bottoms early in the week after relief that the weekend didn't go insane. And we rally into sometime on Tuesday or Wednesday, and then we start to sell off again because of fears about the weekend again. And volatility gets amplified, and we don't exactly know what the weekend will entail. Will there be a ratcheting up of expectations or not? And so we're seeing that pattern again. I think that this is now the fifth week in a row that we're seeing that pattern take place, and it's it's even more challenging because tomorrow is an off day for Good Friday, but we get non-farm payrolls in the morning, and so futures will be open until 9:15. So just a very strange setup into the weekend. But most people will be taking, tomorrow off, and so hedges today kind of carry through the weekend. And then Europe is closed on Monday for Easter Monday, so we need even hedges for even longer. So a very challenging backdrop here. But yeah, look, I think there was an expectation last night into the speech that the president would further wind down the rhetoric, and he didn't really deliver that per se, and so we were kind of back into this stage of uncertainty. Are we going to move forward? He didn't really discuss the April 6th deadline, which had been an original deadline. That takes place over the weekend too, so not sure if that's something that is still on the table or not for ratcheting up. It does ratcheting up of missiles, but at this point, it really doesn't seem like we are very close to any particular ceasefire or Iran backing down from their desire to control the Strait of Hormuz. And so as long as the strait is closed, we have a major global supply chain issue. They are controlling, a crucial choke point over the global economy, and their ability to dictate who gets to go through, what goods get to go through, and when and why really slows down everything else in the world. And so you're seeing the reaction kind of across the board today of the implications of that, with crude back up, the dollar bid, stocks down. Interesting to keep an eye on here. I think bonds are, really not reacting kind of how they were early in the war, right? I think there is more of an expectation here that if we continue to have supply chain concerns and elevated geopolitical risk premium and inflation, bonds are going to start to perform because the inflation concerns kind of move into growth concerns. And so the reaction this morning of fixed income, yeah, it's weak, but I think I would have thought it would have been a little bit weaker. You would have seen yields a bit higher in light of that correlation that we've seen. So keep an eye on that, for possible changes in the correlations here as markets start to price in more of an extended duration of the supply chain issues and likely further growth slowdowns later this year.
Yeah, which is an interesting dynamic, and it's one that Donnie talked to us about. I think it was last week, and we've been hearing from some bond people. Jim, just curious, what is the sort of volume look like? Does this? I know everyone's kind of waiting for what would be some kind of capitulation, right? We've thrown in the towel. Are we? I know the markets are moving, and oil is really pacing it. Are we still within ranges that we've been in before, or does it look like this thing has some momentum today?
This is pretty ugly. I mean, this is risk off across the board. I mean, we're tracking some big negative percent numbers in the metals, in the equities, everything across. The only thing that's positive is the energies, and they're very positive right now. I mean, crude oil is up 9.82%, which is a crazy big number. So this is not a falling knife. This is a falling piano. So go back to Craig's comment. Be careful out there today too. Crude oil right now, I mean, we're at literally almost $110. It's just ticking up as we speak. Nobody knows where there's only one person that knows where the top is. That's Nancy Pelosi, and I don't think she's going to be on the show. There's no saying where this is going to stop. So I'm going to talk about the energy markets on the Edge report, particularly the ultra low sulfur diesel market that, this is just putting a spanner in the works for any future rate cut for the next century or two. I mean, it is really, really bad. But other than that, yeah, it's risk off day today, man. Just be careful.
You say Nancy Pelosi. I think Pharm would say Barron. Somebody knows, but I'm not sure it's any of us. Although Morris was trading oil overnight, and sounds like you did pretty well, Morris Capital Partners. So good for you. Hey, everybody, if we haven't said it in the chat, it's great to see you. Hey, Tracy, walk us through this. The idea. I love everyone saying sort of. It looks like the Philippines got a ship through, maybe had negotiations, and I've heard people say is sort of Iran controlling the strait as a toll road now, the new normal we have to get used to. It's just, I mean, it brings to mind something much more tangible and physical that we think of as a toll road. But like when they're under assault, we know the U.S. and Israel are taking out anyone they can get a fix on, a geo fix on. How are they actually doing this? Do we even understand how this is working? It seems improbable given the amount of, live warfare still going on, that they're able to somehow collect a toll. Do we have any idea how that's actually functioning?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's basically every country for themselves right now to try to make a deal to get their ships through. We know that India's had somewhat of a deal. We heard this morning Philippines have somewhat of a deal. Now, not all of the countries are being charged a toll per se, but the ones that are paying in crypto and yuan, believe it or not, which is very interesting. Obviously, they're going to avoid dollars, but again, it's really a matter of what can your country negotiate with their Iranian counterparts and whether or not they will let them through. Everybody else is obviously kind of scared to go through. We saw actually a couple of Chinese container ships actually went halfway in, turned around. We don't know exactly why that is so. One would think Iran would certainly let China ships in, but I think it's very much of, again, what can you negotiate?
Wow, I wouldn't want to be the person negotiating on the whoever the Iranian counterpart is. One has to think that they are being pretty stealth and in hiding because that's got to be a target in the situation we're in right now.
I mean, even with these leaders getting picked off, isn't it usually the military kind of rise as the authority? The military police or whatever they have over there, Iranian Guard, isn't that aren't those the folks that take control eventually?
The IRGC, essentially is running the country right now.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone thinks until the negotiations start happening with them. That's where the skepticism comes in when we see the headline. Until the negotiations happen with them, I think people are not so sure. Craig, today if I'm not mistaken, is the anniversary of Liberation Day, isn't it? I mean, I think everyone had hoped that kind of really horrible market action we saw in April of what last year was really well behind us, and it looks like we're setting up for another really rough sledding for this month. And we still have tariffs being discussed, right?
Oh, man. Yep. I mean, regrettably, the chart patterns look eerily familiar to last year in that regard. We had a similar kind of sell off into the back half of March that was alleviated on the last day of the quarter, aided by the JP Morgan collar, which traded similarly to how it traded this time, where we were trading below it, and then negative gamma kind of pushed us through. We had a big rally on the 31st, and then kind of followed through again on the beginning of the quarter inflows. We talked about that yesterday, the pension rebalance flows, and just some of the broad 401k inflows that come to start the quarter. And then, lo and behold, here we are again into the president's press conference last night, or speech last night. It was kind of analogous to what he did after the close on April 2nd last year with the Liberation Day press conference. And there was hopes and expectations that cooler heads would prevail back then, and there were expectations going into last night that cooler heads would prevail, and seems like in both instances cooler heads did not prevail, or at least the market doesn't perceive cooler heads to be prevailing here. And after we've kind of wiped out a tremendous amount of downside hedges and protection and the way that they slam volatility, for the first 3 days of the week, kind of left ourselves in a position here very vulnerable to a correction and a further move to the downside, because we've unloaded a lot of market has unloaded a lot of the hedges over the course of the last 72 hours up until let's say last evening on these quarter end dynamics. And so let's see what happens here. It's kind of a weird dynamic, but I would expect hedges to be kind of top of mind today into a very long weekend with a lot of uncertainty, this potential April 6th deadline. Obviously, we have payroll print tomorrow, which could really go anywhere. Yesterday's ADP was a little bit better than expected, and there's some hope that with the strikes that happened in February, there'll be some catch-up in March, and so the number can look better than expected, but we'll see. I mean, if we get another really weak payroll print, that would solidify concerns that the pace of hiring in the U.S. is really starting to hit a downward trajectory and likely to get worse amidst the geopolitical uncertainty. So that's a tough setup for risk assets as we head into earnings season. We're in share buybacks, are in blackout. We're still in negative gamma. Obviously, the pension rebalance flows will be done and dusted by today, and so not a lot of real support kind of heading into the weekend right now.
Yeah, and I know people are, whenever there's volatility and there's dislocation, it's sometimes a really good time for opportunity, but everything's been moving in lockstep. Tracy, we have gold down again. Gold looked like it had finally broken away and sort of found the floor, and now we have it under pressure again. I know you had done a Substack a while back on the anatomy of a sell-off, but is that still trading? Is that still trading as a sort of, everyone finding liquidity, and so it's sort of caught up in that, as opposed to being able to function as a diversifier, or get some people sort of stepping in to buy the dip there?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a kind of a function of sell what you can. In addition, it's sniffing out inflation and thinking that and looking at the bond market, and the bond market is not as weak as one might think, but still those rate cut expectations are now being filtered back out of the market again because of surging oil prices. And so gold is feeling that as well. Gold loves rate cuts, metals love rate cuts, and that looks like that might be pushed back a little bit. And we are seeing a reaction in gold, I think a little bit of an overreaction, but nonetheless, that is kind of what it's sniffing out, because gold is really more correlated to real yields than anything else. And of course, the dollar being up sharply today is also not helping the metals.
Yeah, we're in that situation again. Craig, you think anyone's going to pay attention to any of the economic data right now? I mean, does that have the ability to factor into the debate, especially with bonds, as you pointed out? Or is it going to all be seen as backward looking at this point?
Yeah, I think the payroll number will be important because part of the, tomorrow, because part of the reason the Fed felt, comfortable last meeting and earlier this year about their pause is they had upgraded their assessment of the labor market for some of the fears that they had to close 2025. So, we had a pretty negative payroll number in February and negative revisions for January. Again, expectations for March to be better. If they're not, then there's really no reason for the Fed to be thinking that the labor market remains in a position that is, firm, let's say. And so I think that is something that could start to shift the narrative a little bit more to say, at some point, probably sooner than what is being priced, the Fed is going to have to address a slowdown in the labor market, even though inflation expectations are moving in the other direction. And this is not something that the Fed hasn't done before. If you go back into what happened in the 90s in the first Iraq war with the move higher in oil, the Fed did cut interest rates and has looked through oil price moves as transitory if growth concerns become top of mind and the labor market starts to deteriorate. So I'm not saying there's an imminent cut coming on a negative payroll print, but now that the market has priced out basically cuts for this year, more deterioration in the labor market could bring about, Fed cuts sooner than what is being priced and increase the probability that that would happen. So the Fed, has done that before. They did it in 2003 as well. So, there is, work at the Fed that looks through oil price moves when growth momentum starts to deteriorate. If that's what the market and momentum that we're going to get into here, and the payroll number on Friday confirms that, I think that would be, interesting, something that the market, may care about.
Yeah. I don't know, Tracy, it feels like people had been expecting to see deterioration in the labor market. And as you mentioned, ADP, we still have these numbers coming in anecdotally that seem like they're holding up well. I felt like everyone was looking for more negative news. And you mentioned the Oracle, so we're seeing those individual headlines that seem to suggest that things are weak. We know there are AI concerns out there. And yet overall, it seems like the economy's been holding up okay.
It seems like that on the outset, and I agree with you 100% on the labor market. Everybody thought that the expectations that was going to be terrible, especially with the benchmark revision number that was, almost 1 million jobs lower for that 2025. And then we had, we had January was okay, February was not okay. The revisions to January were not okay. And so I think everybody is kind of waiting to see what this March is going to look like, particularly with the fact that with rising energy prices, right? What does the hiring situation look like on the back of that for companies?
Yeah. Jim, I know that's going to raise a lot of concern, especially with small to medium-sized businesses. Jim, you pointed out when we've seen these sell-offs before, the Russell was getting smacked. This time around, it looks like I don't know if it's still holding, but it looked like the NASDAQ, which led.
No, it's flipped since we talked earlier this morning. Now the Russell is leading the charge to the downside, down over 2%. And this has kind of been a phenomenon we've been seeing the last 2 weeks, where the NASDAQ is either the big winner or the big loser. Yesterday it was NASI. Today I thought it was going to be NASI, but now it's the Russell. Both the S&P though and the NASDAQ are hitting some pretty key levels right now. If you go back to Wednesday's big green bar benchmark candle, we're approaching the piercing line or the halfway point in the candle on both the NASDAQ and the S&P. And those are kind of lining up with the swing low also that we saw on the 23rd. So we start getting some 10, 15, 30-minute candles closing below, and I'm just going to throw out a 64.80 number on the E-mini S&P, then it could be bombs away. There could be continuation selling that drags us down pretty deep today. Now, I'm not saying for sure that's going to happen, but that's the level I'm looking at, that piercing line from that candle 2 days ago. Super, super important. And also, Maggie, if I could interject really quickly on a little bit of good news, I do want to remind everybody, check your spam filters if you signed up for that Miami event, because we did send out some invitations out there. So just double check if you're in the area and you did express interest there. Just pop in there and check it out. It is April 18th, by the way. So sorry about that.
Carrot for all of us.
Yeah,
we need a chance to gather and sort of push off some of this gloom. Craig, just finish this out. We're going to do jobless claims when they come out, but somebody posted in the chat. Any moment now, Trump will come out and say something to goose the market. I mean, that's the risk we're in. It's so headline driven.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty explicit last night. So, I don't think him saying, we're negotiating or Iran's dying for a deal or any of these things are likely to move. I think there's, real skepticism now about whether or not we're talking to the right people or who we're talking to. And so, look, we know the president wants to keep markets afloat. He did a good job of that earlier this week to push markets off the brink. But we're here into the weekend, into a long weekend again. I think it's going to be difficult to see that. But look, I think what we need to keep an eye on here is this cross-asset correlation that we've been observing. Stocks down, bonds down, dollar up, vol up, crude up, gold down. Watch for the divergences, right? Watch to see if anything starts to shift from that highly correlated pattern. Even this morning, what I'm already seeing is, like I said earlier, bonds stopped going down, gold kind of stopped going down, didn't make new lows as stocks made a new low over the course of the last, whatever it was, 20, 30 minutes. So keep an eye out for those divergences to see if the market is going to transition its concept of trading here from concerns about inflation to concerns about growth.
Yeah, really well said. And to your point about the headlines, the more we go through that, the less people I think will be willing to sort of, they'll be watching what happens as opposed to what people say. I think that ability to move the market just by jawboning it is less effective the more that people are caught out on the wrong side of that. So that's going to be interesting to watch. All right, everybody, it is time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, let's take a big step back here. This is a crude oil chart, a monthly crude oil chart. And just to put this in perspective, we have this September 2013 high, $110.70. Forget about it. We wicked through it. We're trading at it right now. Target achieved. We have this June 2022 high, and that's approximately $123. And then we have a March 2020 high, $130.50. So we have to go way back in the Wayback Machine, but we have seen these highs before. Weeklies, well, again, those commitment to trader reports are going to be super interesting. But again, the closest target right here is that June 2022 target, 123.08. This is no shadow on today, on this weekly candle on crude oil. Let's just get a little bit deeper into it. If you're looking on a daily chart here, this target wick is super in play, and that's at 119.48. So big, huge candle up here. All the moving averages are arcing up pretty nicely here. RSI is just tapping that 70 as well. Intraday, there's probably a couple of targets here you might want to consider. We're right up against call resistance right now. But the most interesting thing about intraday, we had the press conference, green candle, and then it's been a really steady grind up. There's really been no retracement all night long, all morning long. This is still super strong. I'm not predicting the high here. R3 is on the radar screen, which is kind of rare, so be careful there. 113.15, 30 seconds. Let's shoot over to ultra low sulfur diesel, though. This is really my most interesting market, just from a global macro point of view and where we're at with energies and all that stuff. And my charts will populate in a moment here, so hang tight. But the ultra low sulfur diesel market is super bullish as well. We'll go to a monthly chart here in a second. Bear with me. We'll go to a monthly chart here in a second. There we go. Again, we have some highs here that this March 2022 high, we're almost there right now. Now, remember, ultra low sulfur diesel, it's called heating oil. They changed the name. They didn't change the name. I don't know. But look at all the stuff it's used for. On-road transportation, semi-trucks, delivery fleets, buses, diesel passenger vehicles, off-road equipment, construction machinery, agricultural equipment, mining, rail, freight, some passenger rail, marine, tugboats, ferries, ships, heating oil, residential and commercial heating, especially in the Northeast, power generation, backup generators, hospital data centers, emergency backup. So this is the supply chain. This is where my concern lies with respect to inflation going forward here. And look at this chart. I mean, this is a giant increase in prices here for heating oil. There's not even a way there's no fib line here, right? We have to use extensions. So my next big target up here is 76.60. And let me squeeze in really quickly here. RBOB gasoline. Forget about that Griswold family vacation. You guys are going to have staycations, I think they're called. Right now, we're just driving up to make new highs as well. No retracement in sight. There we go, charts. Again, we have a target wick up here that I would consider at 3.3875. So that is really extraordinary kind of pressure that we're having here as well. And then intraday chart, again, same thing, big jump up, and then just a really nice continual grind up. Maybe we finally found a high right here, just short of that R2 level here, 3.3165, but a break above it certainly could bring us some higher prices in the RBOB gasoline futures price. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Thanks so much, Jim. Okay, we're waiting for weekly jobless claims. It'll be interesting to see if anybody bats an eyelash, but maybe it's going to matter. And Tracy, jump in when you see the number. But Craig, maybe it will matter because we are setting up for this payroll when a lot of people are going to be away from their desks or out for the weekend because it's a holiday.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before, just that, initial jobless claims, I don't think really are accurately reflecting kind of what's going on in the labor market, given the gig economy stuff and maybe the under-earning that employees are having. So I wouldn't anticipate this as much of a market mover. And, but look, if we get something that's completely out of whack here and people start to think, wow, layoffs did start to pick up, over the course of the last couple of weeks, but unlikely here. But look, we'll watch continuing claims also, looking for 1.837 million. A rise there back towards 1.9 and 1.95. Over the course of the next few weeks, I think we'll get people a little bit more concerned about the health of the labor market, but unlikely to see much in the way of this data point. I think being too indicative of concern there.
So jobless claims came in at 202,000. Survey was 212, and continuing claims at 1.841 million, a little bit higher than expected, and certainly higher than the prior.
Jim, I doubt it, but any market reaction of note to that?
No, did not move the needle. I checked the bonds, I checked the equities. Everything is just like, all right, we don't care about you anymore. Again, 64.80 in the E-mini S&P. Keep an eye on that level.
Yeah, because everyone's watching Truth Social and waiting for, the tweet that potentially throws everything into, up in the air again. All right. Craig and Jim, thanks so much for that. Appreciate it. See you guys later. Okay, let's look at the lineup for the day. In just a moment, we are going to be welcoming Zach Abraham. Pharm is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions for him. We're going to trade the open with Jack and XY. Midday markets will be Salma and Stowe. And trading the close will be Leo, Chris, and Nick for a tick. All right, let's welcome our guest to kick things off, Zach Abraham, CIO of Bulwark Capital Management. Zach, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Maggie. I appreciate it.
Well, Zach, it has been a wild week, right? First we were up, then we're down. What's your big take on this, given what the president said last night and the current market reaction?
Well, as a guy that manages money, I was really laughing listening to Craig talk about how hedges were getting eaten up. And I hopped on and I thought, a great representation of what he means for the viewers would be what we did yesterday. So you know what we did at the close yesterday? We sold some vol and sold some hedges to the downside on the NASDAQ. Now we were trimming to flatten our portfolio a little bit, but I always like to admit it when we get it 180 degrees wrong, right? It happens sometime in this business. So no, look, I really think that what you're seeing today is catch up. We've been talking about this market for a while now, and our take on this was that this was sort of like a COVID redux, meaning this market wanted to ignore reality as long as it could. And then, yesterday, the reason we flattened ourselves a little bit was because this market has demonstrated a unique ability to want to look through everything, right? Just look, they want to look through to the bounce back before we've even hit the turbulence, So kind of thought that was going to be the way it worked. Trump was a bit stronger worded than I think we were expecting. And I think right now you got to sit there and go, I don't see any reason why oil is not going to make a run back to 130. Having said that, whenever I'm talking to Tracy about oil, I'm always going to defer to her. But I think right now is that kind of moment where all of a sudden everybody's going to realize that we're locked down, like using the COVID analogy. And I'd expect this to get saucy. I think equities are going to break through that lower band that we touched late last week. And I think that this market is going to start pricing some reality. And the reality underneath the surface isn't good. A lot of things are getting broken and it's getting worse by the day.
Yeah, Zach, it's interesting you say that because you're right. The market wants to rally, right? They want a reason to jump on. It's certainly when we're talking about equities. Is that you'll have bulls, and I appreciate hearing a bullish perspective, right? Because it's easy to fall into the doom loop here with the
Yeah.
headlines. But the sort of bullish or the optimist will say, listen, there's more resilience both in markets and in the economy than the bears want to acknowledge. And we're just waiting to get clear this. Because it will have to end. Like, it will have to end, and then we'll move forward. Or is that just complacency? Is that just deluding themselves into thinking that there is a sort of robust nature to the market, and we're going to see this puke out capitulation before it's all said and done? How do you come down on that? Because you hear arguments both ways, and they're sort of compelling.
Yeah. So I'll be honest with you. It is really, really hard for me to get. Look, you're talking about the greatest supply shock to energy markets in history.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's wondering if we're going to rally in a market that's trading at 29 times earnings. Are you kidding me? Like, I think what you're seeing right now is 15 years of central bank over involvement and anesthetizing every single risk with printed money. That to me is the only explanation for why you don't have a VIX at 40, an S&P trading at more like, I mean, trading at 18 to 20 times earnings and watching how this thing plays out. That doesn't seem too crazy, right? So I just think you'd just have ridiculous expectations from investors. And when you see energy prices going like this in a quarter and everybody's wringing their hands because the S&P's down 7 on the year and at 28, 29 times earnings, I mean, you don't have to tell me twice you don't have to ring the dinner bell twice for me to show up. You know what I mean? And that I'm just looking around going, hey, yeah, if you guys want to get long here, have a blast, do it with somebody else's money. Like, it doesn't look good to me.
Absolutely. And you brought up the Fed. Where do you think this, and I've been saying nobody is pricing in this energy supply shock by any stretch of the imagination. To me, markets, even at $90, I was like, this is not even close.
Right.
So to what is really going to happen? And now we have energy prices going up, particularly diesel, which powers the entire world. So that inflation expectation obviously is rising. Where does this put the Fed at this point? I mean, I don't think, and I want to get your thoughts on, they can't really raise rates so into this kind of supply shock. So
I think you asking that question is probably pretty much how I'm going to answer it, right? Like, it's I don't. They're in a tough spot. So here's what I do think. I think they're gonna. For all the talk about having to cut rates, and Trump and the administration talking about the need to cut rates, and that kind of feeding back into the market, and a lot of people in the, on the periphery saying, "Oh, we got to cut rates. We got to." You guys all know when you had inflation expectations going up, you had the market trading at 30, 31 times earnings. You had all the different stuff that we know. I understood what people were talking about, trying to look, but Powell wasn't in a place to cut. I mean, you can't, when inflation expectations are ramping, gold's at 5,000, all these different things, and people are going, oh, you got to cut rates. You're going, no, I just don't see it, right? So I understood why they weren't cutting. I think that this really changes the calculus. I don't think they're going to do anything. I don't think you're going to see an emergency cut in the near, before the next meeting or anything like that. I'd be surprised if you saw extraordinary measures. At the same time, and again, Tracy, crude markets a lot better than I do, but when you look at, we were negative, what were we, negative 2% growth on the quarter heading into this? Or 2% growth? What were you? Yeah, I think we were negative 2% growth on the quarter, if my numbers are correct, going into this. This isn't going to help, right? So I think that you're going to see, I would expect the Fed to cut. I'll be shocked if within the next 60 days or by the next meeting, you don't get maybe a 50 basis point cut.
Wow.
Just because I think you got to start pricing in the deflationary, the deflationary aspects of what these higher energy prices are going to do. And I know, the first outlook is the inflationary side, right? But if we're pushing up $130 WTI, that's going to have a deflationary impact. You're going to see earnings expectations. I mean, earnings expectations should have already been coming down. The fact that this market was trading down 7% on the year, and I think we got to keep going back. And again, you guys know these things just like the Strait of Hormuz is closed. It's been closed for 5 weeks. We're down 7% on the year, and people are wringing their hands. This is not a good setup. I think the Fed's going to have to cut. If people have been looking for lower rates, I think you're going to see them in the not too distant future. And guys, and the other part of this that you guys know too is we haven't even started to figure out what's broken below the surface. Right? We haven't even popped the lid off this thing yet. And when we start sorting that out, this is going to take, you're going to have to sort through. If this was over today, this morning, Strait was opened, we still have risks. We got things we got to figure out. We got stuff we got to bring back online. We got pressure in wells that we got to get back up there. We got to, right? You got 10 million barrels shut in. This is going to increase. I mean, this isn't good. This isn't good. And this is why the Strait of Hormuz being closed is a big deal, even if the S&P wants to act like, it was just a bad earnings report for Apple or something. And quite honestly, that's the way the market's acted. You know what I mean? It's like big tech had a bad earnings report. And this is a much bigger deal than that.
Yeah, Zach, somebody brought up the point, especially here in the U.S., that we haven't even felt the shock yet. You're feeling it on the ground in Asia, and by the way, China, India, big drivers of global growth, right? The idea that anyone can get away unscathed with taking out major engines of growth in the economy is a daunting prospect. So what do you do here? Are you just raising cash? Gold hasn't been working. I don't know if you see that as a buying opportunity because it's been getting, liquidated by the people who need to, based on some of the fallout. Do you like anything here? Is there any place where you see that you can ride this out given the risk that you just sort of laid out for us?
Yeah. So, funny enough, that's one of the crazy things about this market is we were joking around, me and my head of research the other day. You guys probably know him, Chase Taylor, Pinecone Macro Research. He and I were joking around that this is not a good market to learn in because it's going to teach you all the wrong things, right? Meaning, I think it's crazy that energy producers, E&P companies are still trading where they are. Like, that's a gift. It's a gift. So I think E&P the producers are not widely owned enough. Now I'm kind of talking my book there because we were probably 35 our main book was probably 35% E&P up until like last Thursday. Right now we're probably sitting around 24% of our book is E&P. We're probably just going to sit tight. We've got some gold holdings. We really lightened up our gold positionings about 2 weeks back. Before this started, we really lightened up our gold positions around 5,300. We were down to kind of our core positions, we started nibbling, last Thursday. I believe that was the first ones. We started picking some of our favorite names there. So we're adding very lightly, trading around our core position on the gold side. I think every time you see gold get washed out real big, I think you got to jump for the producers. And the reason I say that is everybody's like, is gold going to break 4,000? Guys, with the GDX at 85, 90 in this range, producers aren't even pricing in $3,000 gold. Okay, so on an earnings basis, now everybody's like, what about crude? What about crude? Yeah, look, crude going up doesn't really help the earnings. I just think people really are misunderstanding what kind of margins you're dealing with here. And even $120 crude does not bother me with the gold miners. In this market, when you're looking at the margins are just so bad. So the other thing too is, I don't really think, and I think we'd all agree, $130, $150 crude is not sustainable, right? The other thing I will say too, and I've said this from the very beginning, I think higher crude prices are actually the way out of this, right? So from the very beginning, I sat there and I honestly didn't think we'd see a conclusion to this crisis until you saw either us give significant concessions to Iran or crude went above 130. That was my own personal thought. I'm still sticking to that because I think pain is what gets us out of here. I think pain is what really makes Donald Trump go, right? Like we've all talked about taco analogy. So I think you've got to be paying attention to the damage this is doing and trading this. But like Maggie, you were saying, you always got to keep your eyes out for what you want. All the things that drove gold prior to this, I don't see this doing anything but increasing all of those, all of those drivers, right? So I'd definitely be looking for opportunities in the gold miners. less so in silver, but still looking there too, because I think there's going to be a bid in that. The other thing on silver that's given this some extra life is a lot of silver goes into solar panels. And I can tell you solar panels are going to catch a bid right after this. That's going to be another driver coming out of this. I think you really want to be looking at EVs, solar panels, everything electrical. I think copper looks increasingly good coming out of this for the same reasons. So, and we'll keep saying, I think you want to look for opportunities in international markets. There's going to be buy the dip opportunities, guys. I just don't think it's the NASDAQ.
Yeah. Trace, you want to do one more? I think we can squeeze one in.
That makes absolute sense. We brought up, emerging markets. Where do you think opportunities lie there? Because I think South America is particularly interesting. What are your thoughts on that?
I couldn't agree with you more. And our team, for a variety of different reasons, has spent a not insignificant amount of time in South America physically over the last 6 months. Things are happening there. The economy is heating up, and you can really see it. And there's optimism, and there should be, because for our entire careers, we've talked about all of the economic potential in South America, right? And as always with South America, it's very politically dependent. The politics are going to be extraordinarily volatile. But when you combine the human capital they've got that's relatively untapped, when you look at the world today, and my belief that a more competitive global environment, I think you're going to see more conflict surrounding natural resources and commodities, quite honestly, where it's kind of like this. It might not be over the commodity, but the commodity and the natural resource is going to be kind of a hub of the disagreement or the conflict, if you will. I think you're going to see more of that. But emerging markets, right? Like all of the things that are going to get beat up, and this has kind of been our point. If markets really get rocked here, it's probably going to take a really significant downside move that I'd be surprised if we saw it to this amplitude. But to make U.S. equity markets, especially big equities, tech, all that kind of stuff, really attractive, you flip over and look at those international markets getting cheaper. I mean, I'll tell you, I've been doing this as long as some people have, but I've been running money now for 17 years. So some of the value opportunities that we're finding in international markets are insane. Now, when you got crude ripping like it is, it probably sounds insane to sit there and say, I want emerging markets, right? Mm-hmm. But my point is, this isn't good for them, but this is just going to compress that spring even further, in my opinion. And I think one of them, right up there with gold and some of these other commodities, one of the things that we're going to be buying as soon as we think, maybe this thing's over or we're getting close to an end, we're going to be re-upping into emerging markets, because I think international emerging markets is going to be the tech. Well, and tech from emerging markets in Latin America too. But I just think that's going to be the story going forward.
Yeah, natural resources, right? Zach, so great to have you today. Thank you so much for that.
Thanks for having us.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
Tracy, that was the reality check. I love that he was sort of, being honest about what sounds like a lot of complacency in the market.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He's got a lot of great insights. Love having him on the show. So got a lot of food for thought there and places to look, maybe.
Yeah, well, and then we have to do that, right? We have to ask people, what they're positioning for. All right,
Right.
Shai, thanks so much. We'll see you. Have a great one.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, it's time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm.
Morning, Mags. Morning, chat. How we doing?
Everybody's doing okay. Somebody in the chat was like, "Where do we go? What's happening? What are you watching here, Pharm?"
Yeah, I decided to share my trading view chart today, just a high-level update, which if you're regular here, you've seen a few times, because this is, it's been an important moment. It's an important week. And, finding this next move, could be significant from here. We've talked about this NQ spot, 24069 to 24369. Talked about that yesterday morning, how we were coming in for a back test of that. That back test did not end well for bulls. And so here we are consolidating back down in this lower distribution. So, I mean, if you're looking for things to get gross, I mean, that's how it happens, right? Leave all this volume trapped. This is now a year and 3 months worth of on this profile anyway. So we've got 6 months plus of volume trapped above after this offer. So are they ready to let go? Are they not? We'll see, right? But this is not necessarily a good look. I still favor a move down towards this 22,769 to 22,369, which would be a back test of the February 2025 all-time high in December, all-time high for NQ anyways. But there are some areas that we could come into to potentially negate that. We've got to form some kind of a multi-day balance. I said yesterday that the straight face ripper out of the lows, the faster, the further it went, the more at risk I felt that it comes into a huge back test. No real surprise there. Certainly wasn't the place to be initiating a long bare minimum. ES is pretty similar picture. I'll zoom in a little bit after holding last year's VWAP on NQ. And then basically this was a February high VWAP from 2025 on ES that it held nicely. The 63.57 spot came in for the back test. And this spot I did adjust, and I mentioned that yesterday on my yearly charts. It was 65.13 to 6,600. Now I split it up into 66.12, 60 on the top, then 19 to 39 on the bottom. So again, it peaked above it a little bit, failed back below, still a number of months of volume trapped offside. So that the risk is significant there, right? We haven't traded a single minute of cash yet, and we're not yet below Monday's low. So, it's not completely over yet, but we're going to need this reclaim for things to be bullish on both NQ and ES in kind of a bad way. Flipping over the weekly, where right are those singles? Those single prints I mentioned yesterday morning. We had this huge set of single prints on Tuesday. We've now dipped in there. This was also the prior RTH gap from between Thursday and Friday. So this is a very, very important spot. I just kind of shaded the whole thing in purple. We've got some levels in there. I think this 64.92 to 64.96 is kind of, I don't like a major line in the sand. I think if you're seeing lower highs and lower lows below 64.92 to 96, it's probably gonna be lights out. Maybe this 64.12 half to 64.16 spot would have something to say about that. But I mean, the thing is, right? We talked about this yesterday. It's got a little silly, right? Just kind of the face ripper. Where was the accumulation? Show me the accumulation on your chart. There was a little bit of decent buying here. So if you wanted this to be a durable swing low, you probably want to see some buying, right? Well, this is the opportunity, bulls, to buy this at what is, I haven't dropped a fib on there, but it's probably not even a 50% retrace, right? So, all right, step in, buy these singles and lift it right back up and say, hey, we don't care about, this war and this nonsense. We're going to open on a true gap down below yesterday's low, well below yesterday's low, right? So we're not really going anywhere until, we reclaim yesterday's low, which was in the 65.97 to 6,600 spot. So this could be part of forming some kind of a multi-day balance. And if you just kind of zoom left, you could see maybe we could fill out a range, something like this, and it could even extend another couple of days, right? So things were extended to the downside at this week's low. Short time frames got a little bit extended to the upside. Here's your pullback, right? So if bulls are serious about this, they would buy this and again form some kind of a multi-day balance. So it's not, completely over today just because we're down. We haven't traded a single minute of cash. My bias is and has been lower, but at the same time, don't run option profit calculator before the open, right? And start looking at, limit down situations or anything like that never ends well. The second you do that, the sell is over. NQ, same idea, drilling into the 30s. You can see, again, this very, very thin area of volume through these single prints, held the 647 to 669 weekly level. Same deal, 569 to 581. If you're seeing that offered, lower highs, lower lows down through there, I think that's a huge problem. Like a quick peak down below there might be okay. But that's basically going to be your line in the sand. So I mean, this location of this overnight low is kind of perfect if you're going to be bullish and come in and try to buy this. It gives you something to work against, I suppose. But you definitely don't want to see any acceptance below these single prints from Tuesday. So that's kind of the big picture there. I'm going to pop up crude. I think I have my trading view updated with the same Ninja levels. Yeah, so mentioned yesterday morning, this 97.40 to 97.96 is a spot that I needed, like bare minimum, needed to see as we have value gapping higher for the week. That there's nothing bearish about that at all. Really, we're going to need to see sub 94.69 to see like any kind of weakness. And you can see bulls finally flipped this 103.69, and that's the move that I was looking for from Sunday. So prior, pops above, rips above were sold. It was never supported from above. Got a little bit of support here, and then this is just go time. I mean, this could easily go to 120 off this, no problem, possibly higher. So like that's not very good. It's going to make it a little bit difficult if you're a bull to come in and say, hey, seems like a great day to buy. But they have been resilient. They have been stubborn for a very, very long time. As your last guest mentioned, it seems like it's sort of ingrained in the markets right now. But this is definitely a tough day to buy. And then you're coming into a long weekend, right, of who knows what kind of headline risk. And then you've got NFP tomorrow morning with the markets closed. Like, what do you do here? Like, I mean, if I was running billions, I'd probably be a little bit paralyzed here. And, my thought was, there were a lot of funds when we started this sell-off that, they had not sold. I mean, there was just a lot of positioning that stayed somewhat elevated and skew was through the roof, right? So everybody hedged. They're like, okay, I don't want to sell yet because, who the hell knows what this guy's going to do, right? I mean, you had April last year. They all kind of like learned a lesson, which is like, if I get rinsed out at the low, I'm going to be, screwed all year. And I feel like they, maybe they just didn't want to sell, so they hedged. So, okay, we got the downside move then in equities. And then it's like, okay, well, do you sell some stock then on the pop and monetize hedges on the way up? Like, what do you do here, right? And that was part of the reason I felt like a pop at some point would be sold into some kind of a lower high. Now, it doesn't have to be a lower high to make a lower low. We could make, a lower high and then a higher low, and again, get some kind of a range of consolidation. We could even put a couple of days in here and then end up with some kind of a failed break of, this prospective range that I'm throwing out there. That would be a good look for a long. So it's not completely lights out to me, but I do favor a trip down to those February 2025 all-time highs.
Pharm, I love your comment about the sort of long nightmare of last year, because it is the anniversary of Liberation Day, and that whole dynamic, I think, is very much in people's minds, and that's potentially a problem, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, last year was completely wild. And yeah, I can imagine being scarred. I mean, like we even came down last year and it was an ETH, extended hours low, that was put in. It was like never really revisited. There was no accumulation at that low either. And so many of us were a bit skeptical of it. It wasn't until it came down and it made a higher low and there was significant consolidation at that higher low that it made me feel like, okay, I guess this is probably going to be the low then here. But so many were left just chasing that higher last year.
Yeah,
that I can understand not wanting to let it go, but we have not seen that capitulation sell. So the question is now is like, okay, well, if they monetized their hedges in the last couple of days on on the way back up, now do we start actually selling, right? Because I mean, skew is again just like through the roof. Everybody was holding a hell of a lot of puts. Your last guest said that's basically what they did, right? They decided to sell some exposure and monetize some hedges. And that's, one of the decisions that you're forced with making. You either leave the hedges on, leave the positioning on, you monetize some of both, or, whatever, right? You've got a decision to make. And it seems like there's potential now for us to now that we've perhaps loosened some of those hedges to see a second wave of selling. But we'll see today. I mean, again, it's going to be all about those single prints. And I'll flip back. Yeah, no, I'll keep the 5 up on NQ. Again, this 23,569 to 581 spot is going to be key to hold. You do not want to see that offered from below. So very bearish overnight profile. Obviously, you're going to need to see a clean breakaway from this 901 to 933. That is inclusive of November's cash hours low on NQ. You can look at the same kind of levels on ES. This thing's in trouble. Play it like a true gap down. Same rules as usual. I won't go through the 5-minute spiel. Inventory got a bit short there. So, you're going to see these inventory correction pops. You could see another one at open. If you don't see an inventory correction pop higher at open, let's say we open on the lows and there's just no inventory correction, it just pukes lower, just hands off the buy button for me until they rinse that out. So I'm caught, I'm bearish, but I also realize that we are within the single prints from Tuesday. And this is a spot, if bulls are going to step in, it's going to be here pretty soon, down to maybe this 569 to 581 spot. And 64.92 to 64.96 ES, offering those from below. I'm going to wait and make bulls prove it.
Yeah. Sounds good. In the Pharm zone. Watch out for that. I think we're going to learn a lot today, especially. All right, Pharm, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And you've heard it from sort of everyone this morning. The mood is risk off. A lot of people concerned. Losses have been accelerating as we move toward the open. Oil and diesel leading the way. And I think our guest, Pharm just mentioned it. I think our guest, Zach Abraham, for those who missed him earlier, go back and watch it later, feels like there's a lot of complacency. So it feels like things are sort of, the mood is very bearish. But we'll see. All right, everybody, let's get to it. Up next, we trade the open. Hi, Jack and XY. You guys are going to rock and roll here at the open. Are you ready for it, Jack? You look like you're ready.
And tell you what, we got our work cut out for us here today with this volatility coming into a 2% gap down here in the NASDAQ. And gosh, I don't even know how much oil is up, but it is flying. So definitely prepared to size down, increase my stop sizes because of the volatility. But I'm excited that we're moving. It does seem like every Thursday I'm on here, the market is crashing. I made that joke yesterday with Jim. I said the day I come on and it's a Thursday and we're up might be the bottom, but that doesn't look like it's today.
Well, good point, though, because maybe it is going to be an up Thursday that everyone's going to be trying to figure out where the bottom is. And you may have just, we're going to roll this piece of tape if that is the case, Jack. I'm going to say you're the lead indicator.
Eat my own words.
Exactly. But it is true. We've been stuck in this pattern. But XY, I guess the risk is the headline, right? Like that's what's happened. Everyone's looking for that capitulation, but the headlines have caught everybody out. How you feeling today?
There's a chance everybody knows something that I don't because I've just put on a long position. Just looking at the volume profile, we've entered, 500 points overnight. It's quite a move. Does it mean that it's going to cap the downside? Absolutely not. But we've just entered a range that didn't see much interest on the way up on the sell side. So as the market made its way back, I'm seeing kind of the same thing from the market. There seems to be a deceleration on the sell side in the order flow. And I think if they have any chance to pull it back up, even if just for a pullback, they've got to make it happen in this area. So the stop is real tight. We're looking at about 11 points. Just in case they do ramp this up, looks like it's headed towards the stop, but I am looking for potential longs in this range. Now, what could change is if they do show that they're willing to build volume down here. So I guess to map this out, this box here is where I expect selling to accelerate. And if we're trading this area and they don't do so, I'm going to probably look for some longs to move back up towards 24-hour VWAP, the London Open, things like that. So
I'm sure we're going to have a lot of questions about that, but I love it. And again, if we get a headline that changes things, you're going to look like a genius today. So it's going to be fun. There's a lot going on. I'm going to leave you guys to it, but good luck today and have a fantastic weekend, everybody.
Thanks, Maggie.
Thanks, Maggie.
You know what? I don't actually mind your long down here. I had two levels I was looking at last night, and they were 23,684s and 6510s. And that's kind of basically where we came off here. That's a fib level for me. So I'm just afraid of the open. I actually, as soon as we made that bottom, I attempted to buy some pullbacks on the pullback at like 825, but we didn't get deep enough for me to get my order filled, and so I've just canceled that order going into the open. But I got limits above us right now. That's what I'm looking at, and may want to actually go long CL. But my goodness, what an overnight session! I traded the previous day overnight, and I knew we were getting on here early, so I didn't want to. I knew if I started trading last night, I probably wouldn't stop. Yeah,
you'd still be trading right now. Like, I haven't slept.
I'd be taking some a Red Bull or something and trying to keep my eyes open here if I started trading last night, because I mean that was, a tradable move. Had I not been on this morning, I probably wouldn't have been up at 2 a.m. placing limit orders. But wow, exciting stuff. We're not going to be short of action here this morning. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think we're opening up. I mean, pre-market, it's a pretty key spot for anything to happen. And I think by the time the market opens up, we'll definitely be getting some action.
Yeah.
I just started getting long in the lower range because, well, the offer really did step off. So I just came out of a long right before the stream, had it from lower, got about 30 points on it. So
nice. Yeah,
it's been okay
I feel
so
like
far.
this is your tape. This is that fast, like really, that last day I think I saw you were talking about how easy it was for you to really read the order flow. And I really feel like today is going to be one of those days where you're going to excel with that skill set just based on, the type of move we're going to have here today. It's going to be a lot of fast one directional moves that are good for, like, I think your sweet spot, 30, 50 points.
Yeah, I really hope so. Some just really sped up tape is a lot easier for me to read. Until the market opens, I'm going to try to see if I can nab like just a really low, I guess for lack of a better way to put it, you have to find a low and be able to just hold something. Looks like they're still just figuring it out in this range. And for as long as that is, I think there's good potential. I want to move up to, here we go. Not the size I wanted. But yeah, I want to move up to the London Open, which is about the 815s. Getting in real light, as you guys can see, because I'm looking to nab something of a low, which is not a recommended thing. So you keep it light. Try to get a good seat. See, move my ATP. We'll front run the London Open just a tiny bit. Yeah, ultimately, I do want to see a pop. We are in this low volume spot, which is where I was pulling off TPs earlier on. This little notch here, I think if we can finally get trade above it and into this distribution again, we can find a way moving through probably to 800. There's a pretty big notch of volume here, but maybe even the other side 830s, and we'll go from there. But this is key for me right now, the 750s. I want to see us trading 760s. We'll get overnight POC. I think it's like 75. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking for quite an extensive move, so the sizes need to be big. The risk it's going to have to be capped to a degree, and it's been working in the morning, so hopefully they'll let me get a few off, even if I'm on the wrong side and we start to move lower later. Some profits wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, build that buffer early. Fractal, the 80% rule, I don't know if it's coming into play here today, but at any time, so in this scenario, we're gapping below value. If we were to rotate back into value area low in the ES or the NQ for 2 TPOs, which is 2 separate time periods of 30 minutes, we have an 80% chance of rotating to value area high. But if that 80% ruled, we would need quite the rally to get back up into yesterday's value at this point in time. But if we do, the move to value is actually bigger than the move in value, if that makes sense. Because value area, I haven't pulled my levels up. I have to pull my value area levels up, but that would not. That the gap to value is bigger than the value area as a point spread. Be quite the moves here today if we got that. But yeah, what percent is freaking? I actually, man, oil. As soon as I was watching the markets when Trump started speaking last night, and I was like, oh, it's one of those ones you just, oh my gosh.
Is this down move while he was speaking? Like something he said? I wasn't even.
It was just
I don't pay attention to global.
escalation talk. What's his name's tweeting are going to send him back to the Stone Age. Like,
oh, he's actually saying stuff like that.
Yeah,
like,
well, no,
in
he
true
didn't
form?
say that. Hegseth tweeted it, but
I see.
Just kind of justifying his decisions around the war and basically laying out what they're looking for. And if they don't come to the table willing to negotiate, that they're going to go after their energy infrastructure and potentially their oil infrastructure, which is yet to be targeted, and simply leave them to a place where they cannot rebuild. So I think they've been holding off on doing any of that, give them the opportunity to rebuild after. But, basically just like, yeah, if you guys aren't going to participate, we're just going to wreck you. And that was the escalation for sure. There was definitely escalations talk. It wasn't that long of a speech. I think maybe max 10 minutes. I didn't calculate it, but it was not that long.
That is insane.
Yeah.
But for this administration, not so much.
It was quite shocking to watch.
Telling him, yeah, you're going to get sent back to the Stone Age. Like, oh,
yeah, literally, that's what Pete Hegseth tweeted. Department of War, whatever his title is. But yeah,
I saw a headline in the morning that Trump said that it shouldn't be much longer or something, like it's going to be over soon. And obviously, it's at the hands of the U.S. I'm going to end it soon, my way, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You never know. I mean,
yeah. Well, what was interesting to me is like the sell-off that kind of started late in the day yesterday. We really had that hard reversal out of highs. The first 50% retracement from yesterday's highs was sold into. It retested the overnight during his speech. And there was technical indication of that reversal. And then really just as always, the news completes the targets and the move starts before.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The news completes the targets.
But we're here to trade, ladies and gentlemen. That's our job, to take advantage of this action.
This is what he says so far.
Could you imagine if the market moved like this every day? I think I'd have an aneurysm or an ulcer. Got to take care of that gut lining with markets like this. Make sure I don't drink too much coffee and get the acidity. But yeah, I got limits above us. Man, I got limits below in CL. I'm with that temptation to go long this morning. I was like, you know what? Like, just if I didn't get the perfect entry, the trend clearly here is down in the indexes. This is going to be the first opportunity. We still got 20 minutes before the market opens, but the first opportunity for the cash session to react to some of this stuff. It's just it's going to be interesting how this all plays out. My longer term theory is that we actually pull 50% back in from the April low of last year. So that's kind of where I would picture the market finding like a true halfway back bottom. In fact, when we made the low in April of whatever year, last year, that was the pullback from the 2024 low to high. I think I have to go back and look, but yeah. So I'm an expectation the 50% retracement from last year's April low in the NQ is all the way down at 21,430s. And that's where, I don't buy a whole lot of stocks. I'm not a stock trader. I only buy stocks because I am a trader. I like to trade out of everything I've ever bought. So I'm very patient with any stocks I decide to buy for the long term. And if we do get down to 21,450 area, 430 area, I'm going to be buying some things for the long term.
David, David, why I can't see the rest of your handle, but I know I don't have like a special place, secret place that I do this. A lot of this is just a standard OFL chart, Order Flow Labs. There's free stuff on it, orderflowlabs.com, freemium package. But as far as settings, like a lot of people ask me for my delta by price settings and all that stuff. There's no sauce to it. I just set it to a compression where I can see the numbers and not have it be a thick block. That's it. So some days it's a wide range. The compression is higher. Some days it's a narrower range. Compression's lower. I just like to be able to see the entire day's range on my chart. No zooming it in. Yeah, there's no.
Yep, crude is what are we up 13% here in crude today? Almost. This is the biggest move since in crude, I believe, since that Sunday night explosion higher. We were up like $30. Yeah, the total daily range was like 38 on that.
Nope.
Yeah, this is
They're trying to bait me into longs again.
The third largest range day here so far. I mean, it looks like it's probably going to cross up into the second, but it's the third largest daily range since this all started with crude here today.
I do 2-tick DOM compression for NQ. No compression for ES. Morning, Andre. Thank you. Thank you.
You flipped out of your position.
What's up?
You flip out of your position.
Oh, I got out of that long ago. Yeah.
A
After
whole
they
5 minutes
popped it
ago.
up a little bit, came back, I was like, yeah, that ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, it's hard to stick around in that,
I'm just trying to like nab a good seat. And if the market's telling me like, hey, it's not that good, then I'm just gonna be like, then I don't want it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I where did I say earlier? I noted 750s. We need to be trading above that to get higher, and they just can't do that. There's a little notch, and if they're gonna keep building volume below it, I'm not gonna fade the volume. I'm gonna follow it.
A vertical 36-inch for your DOM. That's hilarious. That would be wild. I don't know if I'd be able to follow that. What are the NQ operating hours? Same as always. Same as always. Which is we're gonna be trading until 5 Eastern today. And then open back up at 6. Although they might just close the market for good today.
Do you trade holidays?
Depends on if I got nothing going on. Yeah, I bet there's going to be enough action tomorrow to trade. So I may. It just, it depends on if I want to. Like, I can't sleep in. Like, I don't know about you, but once you're on like the rhythm of the markets, like as soon as like I got sunlights above in my house too, so it's like those just hit. And I'm just like wired. I'm like, I got to get up and do stuff. So if I'm up with nothing to do, which is most likely what's going to happen, I'm going to end up trading. How about you?
Never. I never trade holiday markets. I guess, yeah, I don't, it's not easy for me to sleep in either, but time zone difference. By the time your sun is up, it's pitch dark here. It's actually nighttime here still right now. Like there's no sun. So the market definitely is, I think by the time I wake up, it's about to close on a holiday. But regardless, even if I am up, I don't, it's just a thing for me. I don't trade holidays. Like I don't trade Globex. I'm like, my mentality is I just don't want to sit in the trade. And if I
Yeah,
can get a move that takes like 5 minutes during New York, that might take an hour or two during Globex.
totally. I mean, it
I
is
think
a
I'll just do New
completely
York.
different
But you could
market.
swing trade, right? You don't have an issue just leaving things on there. So
Yeah, I mean, I'll just set a limit. I'll have my targets in. My stop will move when my second target is hit. So it's like a little easier for me if we're moving into things. And of course, I'm sure the order flow, like one of your best tools, looks completely different in the overnight.
yes, it
Um,
sucks.
yeah.
Totally sucks.
Mm-mm. 10 minutes till open. I feel like we're crawling into this now. Could see like a light sweep through lows and then a bid higher. I do want us to move up first, but levels I got above right now for the NQ are where I'm limiting short, and then prior day low is going to be important for me here today, right around 23,872 area, 874. I think actually 23,880 is the prior day's low. It's also what I refer to as the lower mid. And then below us, if we get down in the NQ to 23,466, that's where I'm looking for a potential reversal here today. And the ES down into 64.68 below, and above 65.49 to 65.55. So that's kind of where I'm going to be looking for here, guys. Those numbers played back. If you don't remember that, I got alerts set, and those are going to be like my actionable levels. It's going to move fast. Going to move fast.
I'm gonna be willing to take some longs in the low 20s if they go back down there.
Still peaking.
Yeah.
It's held that long nice. It's held that long nice right now.
Yeah.
Out of lows. I mean, that's a 50% retracement from lows. I can just see it on my screen. Also, fair value gap. I know you don't use those, but
What's your NQ limit short at?
my limit short right now is 23,825 quarter. So I think that's probably going to trade in the first 10 minutes if I were to guess.
Not without me. I think possibly
ride
without me.
it up. I mean, that's almost 100
I
points
can't get
below us.
anything right now. I missed my chance down there at the 20s.
You had those seats. You scalped
they
them.
weren't bad. Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, the stop was
them.
narrow.
I don't even know if
I literally
retested your
scratched out.
entry.
I was like, but
Yeah.
so be it. I wasn't really picking a bottom. You got to be real careful.
Yeah, for sure. Well, what time was your entry?
My first one was 5:28 my time, so like 8:28 your time.
Okay.
Rolled that up to the 50s, and then it came back and got the runner. So that was the very first of me trying to get some nice courtside seats here on this.
Love it. I got a good courtside seat story while we're sitting here. So I used to work with this guy. His name's Tom Sosnoff. Some of you guys might know who he is. Founder of Thinkorswim and Tasty Trade. But first time I ever was on a trading show was with him. It was called Get Trading at 22. But anyways, besides the point, when the Bulls decided to offer court seats, they were like one of the first NBA teams to offer court seats. They went to all the traders' offices And they said
Like
to
the
him,
bull staff.
yeah, like so the bull staff showed up at the traders' offices. They're like, hey, we're offering courtside seats. These guys like action. They got money. And so they walk into this guy, Tom's office with his partners, like, hey, we got these courtside seats. And he goes, we'll take them. We'll take the two in center court. And his partner looks at him and says, no, you idiot. We want the ones right next to the bench. So he's like, yeah, so we can be next to the players. So they end up buying, I think it was like 2 seats right next to the bench of the Bulls in the heydays in the 90s. And he told me that Jordan used to make a line with him. So that, them being traders and market makers, Jordan would say, all right, what's the line? They'd be like, all right, 42 points. And Jordan would bet them whether or not he would be over or under the
He's
line
always
that
betting
they would
over,
make
huh?
for him. Yeah, so he's always betting the over, and they'd make the line, and he's like, every time he'd win. Every time he'd win. They'd agree on a line and then bet him. I was like, that's an awesome story. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like it's one of those stories where as soon as you attach the MJ name, it's like, yeah, oh, that's real. He was betting on himself, real money. Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. This guy would not be making that up. He himself, the guy who told me the story, is a billionaire too. So he's
Yeah.
he's a goat in the finance software area. Some people here in the chat seem to have heard of him, but yeah, just goes to show, that the inherent competition. Some
Between
people just
Michael
got
Jordan and every billionaire in existence.
it. Yeah.
I got one lot here, right under 720. Will I regret being a chicken and just putting on one? It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, speaking of that, I do find that being behind the bench is where you want to be. I'm actually going to the to me Spurs game tonight, but it's a Spurs Clippers at the Intuit, and I'm going to be behind the Spurs bench to a degree. It's like a club lounge, VIP seats, whatever, blah blah blah. They said free food and drinks. I'm in, but I will be behind the Spurs bench. I hope Wemby doesn't block my view. He should be on the court.
Probably not hard to block when you're, what is he?
He's just gonna be sitting on the bench, and I'm
something?
like, I can't see anything.
Jeez. I mean, when you see him on the court or like next to people, you're like, is that guy even human? Like,
You gotta talk to him like this. Sometimes you see reporters like, talking to him post game and they're just looking straight up. I'm like, do you feel like you have to scream into the sky just to talk to him?
yeah, I couldn't imagine. How is he like 7? What's he, 7'9" or something?
He's listed 7'3", but I think everybody in the world or everybody in the league knows that it's not real. I think it's like 7'5" to 7'6", I would say
Why
is
would they list him under?
they do a lot of players like Kevin Durant. This dude is not 6'10". He's listed 6'10" his entire career, but it's like an open secret. Like everybody knows this guy ain't 6'10". So a lot of people, yeah, they get listed smaller. Maybe it's like in fighting, you try to cut weight, you cheat. I mean, with his wingspan is like, I think it's like 8 or something like that. So it's like almost as horizontally, he's almost as tall as he is tall. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it sounds like a Hinge profile, just lying about your height.
like I say, man, no one's 5'11". You're 5'10" or you're 6 feet. Like stop messing around.
I was at a party with one of my buddies a couple weeks ago, and he showed up with those new stilts that those kids wear. With the shoe puffer.
Hold
I was
on.
like, dude, you are not that tall.
Stilts, kids wearing stilts.
No, it's not like real stilts. It's just like those basically those heel
Oh, like
things
platform.
yeah, like they give you like an extra, like they hide in your shoe.
Hold on. That's a wait.
Yeah,
That's like an
that's a
insole.
thing. Yeah, so they have shoes that have like height lifts, and then they have like heel inserts. This kid at least had 3 inches on what he normally is. I'm like, dude, you are not my height. Like, so funny. Jim's 5'11". I
No
don't
one's
know,
5'11".
Jim. I'm gonna have to find out. if you're telling the truth.
Well, he's 5'11 now, and as soon as he's done Googling the stilt thingies you're talking about,
Yeah,
he'll
we're
be
gonna get him.
6'2".
I know what I'm getting Jim for his birthday, so he
He'll
can
be a point
finally
guard
be
in the
6 foot.
What's up, Chris? What's going on? Yeah, I might. Yeah, it's possible I sniffed the bottom, but one lot, it's pretty meaningless. I don't know what to do with this now. I don't know what to do with this.
Used to be 6 foot. You're getting me worried. That makes me think I'm gonna shrink. Gotta get that yoga in. Looks like we got about 1,100 viewers here. Welcome everybody to NinjaTrader Live. We got the minute here in a few seconds. What time is it? Yeah,
Jack, what the
30.
hell do I do with this?
What do you got? Oh, your position?
I just have one lot.
Dude, I don't know. Run it for the opening short cover. I overnight inventory is primarily
I
short
have,
here.
okay, my two bigger targets were the London Open, which is like 815 price, which we're getting to, and then VWAP.
Here we go. Sell to me.
Where are you trying to buy this at? I'll sell it to you. Where are you trying to buy it at?
38, 825. All right, I just got in the yes.
825. All right, it's a deal. It's like we're in the pits.
Yeah. Pop, 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 pop. All right, I just got filled in the end in my ES short at 38 quarter. It's a lot of volatility right at the open.
Well, they traded up to the London Open, and they are building here. 825.
I top ticked it right here. I need
No,
my
you're not
825
done yet. You're not
fill.
done yet. You
I'm
gotta
not done. That's
fill
fine. If I
infusion.
only get filled in one, I'm a little comfortable only getting filled in one right off the open. Because I don't want to be too see if I get a first target off. I'll feel a little better about getting filled on the second if we come back up there.
This is taking a little too long. You might have to meet me a little lower.
do I gotta come down a bit?
Yeah, hey. meet me a little lower here, yeah?
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? Don't wait for me. If you want to get out, don't wait for me.
Disregard what I said.
I'm not
Ignore that
moving.
last email. Ignore the last email.
Yeah. Cancel. Unsend.
I'm like finger on the plan. They gotta really punch it above 800. There's a big old note of volume here now.
Here we go.
There's a London Open. All right, I'm out 815. I'm at 815. Go buy from somebody else or sell
Wow. Yeah,
Short
I'm
from
gonna
somebody else.
have to. I thought
Deals
you were
off. Never trust a scalper.
canceled.
Canceled.
Man,
Yeah,
I
that
thought
was
we
nice, huh,
had
guys?
teamwork going on there.
If only I actually got more than one friggin' lot. I hate myself, dude.
Oh, come on. Don't self-pity. Gotta get up and try again. Y'all are front running me.
See, that's what you get for calling your position out.
Dude, that's the problem. Because I just
Everyone wanted to sell 825. They're like, you know what? Let's move it down. Move it down.
Well, at least if they put their order, they're behind me because FIFO. But all right, great top tick here in the ES. That's how we like to start our day, just with a little bit of 8-ball magic, like telepathy. I tell them where they're going, and they go there. Got my first target here at 65.25. And then a second target at 65.21. My stop will move to break even if that trades. Lock in first few targets and got the runner for new lows.
Mr. Josh, the reason I didn't wait for that is because I can't pronounce what you just said.
I was going to wait for that.
I don't think you need to worry about everyone's sim orders. You know, if I had more size on that, if I had 3 lots on that, guys, I would probably just call it a day. That was 100 points. So now you
got to go back to work, huh?
Have to see me stay at work. Ah, goodness. See me botch my own plan. Love to see it. Good plan, bad operator.
I'm gonna come back.
You still looking short bias?
I still got my limit there, yeah. And then I also have a limit in CL down at 110.44s, which is,
Long CL, short
I mean,
indices.
I'd say that's $1 away, but $1 away means nothing right now.
$1's a lot on CL.
Yeah, I mean, normally, but like our average true range here in a 5 minutes about $1. So
All right, what is going on with my chart?
see if we can come back down into 23,683 half is like my lower level for a potential retest of support with 65.11 in the ES. So that's kind of what I want to see us get down back into from here at least. All right. First 5 minutes is over. If we can sweep down through the open here and give me my first target.
Zero heat on that, huh?
Zero.
Only on NT Live.
Only on NT Live. You top tick the no, I mean, I am still not safe in this position. I want to see some targets hit, but definitely a good trade location for an entry so far.
Yeah, London Open was a top ticker NQ too. Jeez. Alvin, I always have to have an outlook.
All right.
Maybe not call it a plan, but an outlook. And I'm looking at volume profiling, like I mentioned in the morning. And then the intraday action will guide me. So I make an outlook, call it a plan, whatever. But I like to say outlook, so it doesn't pull me in. I'm not like committed to the idea. It's just, this is my perspective, and the intraday order flow will tell me if the market agrees with me or thinks I'm a total idiot. And I will just figure it out from there.
Yeah, XY, is that my hat?
Why?
J for Jack?
Why? Why are you asking? Why are you asking so many questions, man? Why would you accuse me of something like that?
What? What?
How could you say that? How could you say I stole your hat?
You've never met me in real life. I wish I got filled on that NQ.
You should get matching hats. That'd be cute.
I'm down. Where'd you get that?
Girls hate when they see other girls wearing their stuff, but for guys, always like, hell yeah, that's a sick shirt. And you look at him, it's like the same shirt.
Yeah. Well, they need to be stealing each other's clothes. What sister hasn't fought about her sister stealing clothes? I've never met one.
It's always like, for girls, it's always, where'd you get that? It's like, I don't know, gatekeep. For guys, like, dude, you gotta go here, wait for the sale. Maybe that's just me being Asian.
We give the sauce out.
Yeah. Free alpha for the wardrobe.
Free
so you're
alpha
not down to buy that too? I'll buy it if you buy it.
We'll match. I'll get you one of my McDonald's shirts. Gotta.
Dude, when are you gonna debut that?
I gotta contact. I can't even buy it myself.
When I saw that, I was like, I don't care what this costs.
I was thinking there's an arbitrage opportunity there. Some retail arb. It's a little side
typical
biz.
Trader.
I just moved my third target to 65.11 here, just because we didn't get as high as I wanted to see in the NQ. So if I can get, obviously I still need my second target. Once my second target's hit here at 65.21, my stop's going to go break even, and then I'll look for final targets at 65.11.
Why did you want the 825 specifically?
It's a fib level for me.
Yeah, my only reasoning for like the 815 area was just London Open. Got nothing else until where VWAP
Yeah,
is.
that was what, a 6 point front run, or what's the high there? 1875. So yeah, that's a pretty fat front
Well,
run
they
of.
heard you in the car. Look out
They
your window,
they
you'll probably
they
see it.
did. They saw these ninja traders storming in with their swords and nunchucks.
I heard these. I heard this is the top tick, bottom tick network.
I need to get a pair of nunchucks. Just sit here like ADD out, just like. All right, second target hit, stop, break even. And good rotation lower here. My final target, oh man, I'm like, now I'm kind of tempted. Like, should I just leave it? Like, should I just leave my target down at 64.82?
Dude,
I'm
okay, I don't know
dropping.
if you
We're
care
moving
about
fast.
this, but 20 minutes is hourly bars and a close, and it's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm 2 targets off, stop at break even. I'm leaving my initial target 65.11. If we bounce there,
You don't think
whatever.
they'll puke this thing?
I just dropped it. I just dropped it down.
Oh yeah, dude, this
Yeah,
this hourly bar is gross.
I like uh I like the confidence.
I think even if they find a bid here, right, and they'll pull it back real aggressive, it's still gonna close really nasty. So either way, at this point, I don't want to say guaranteed, but you're almost guaranteed a really
As
solid
close as
ass hour
guaranteed
bar.
as we can get in trading
Yeah,
is
yeah.
it's a half guarantee.
It's
Don't
like anything over like 55%. That's a guarantee. That's a
yeah,
lock.
no promises.
Yeah, it's pretty dirty. I might be looking, I'm gonna be looking for offers to try to fill in this volume. I think we can trade this to the 580s, 570s maybe. I should have just reversed instead of limit sold.
That reverse button's a hard one for me to hit. I feel
I
like
don't
when
think I've ever actually hit it before.
I've hit it, it never works. If I'm hitting it, I'm typically panicking. And like I don't have a good entry. And I like if I hit the reverse, I don't have my brackets. So then I don't have no stop. I have no
Oh, if you hit
target.
reverse, it doesn't switch your brackets, doesn't flip
No,
it.
I don't know.
That's scary.
Yeah.
That's ultimate frazzle mode.
Yeah. Don't like that feeling. So so one of the things I always look at, somebody asking about my entry. So like also if you just like look left on the chart, so you see this little white dot here. I refer to this as a leg start. Okay. Which is just the beginning of a 3-bar move down. You'll see I have them here too. Like this is the beginning of a 3-bar move up. Leg start here. So these are just levels I look at as potential support and resistance levels. And then I also just had a fib that kind of lined up there as well. So that's multiple areas of
Oh,
confluence for
come
me.
on.
So yeah, this little code here, it's just a 3-bar. And I used to mark these before I learned that I can code things. There was like a trader I used to watch who's an incredible trader. He's like, this guy's old school. And he had a ton of YouTube videos like from back in the day, trading, 200 lots, 300 lots in the ES. But he would never like speak on camera. So you never knew what he was doing, but he'd make videos of his trading. And so I just like would watch them all. And until I was like, where is he getting these levels? Where is he getting these levels? And I don't know for certain, but what it looked like to me after watching, hours and hours and hours and hours of his videos over and over and over again, it was that he was marking up the beginning of legs up and legs down and trading those. And so that's where I came up with this idea. I don't know if that's what he used because he never said it, but I just watched all of his game tape and came up with that myself.
I tried to fill short in the 730s. I even chased it to the 720s. Now I'm in 710.
No, Sam
And
Sadin.
I can't really get much size on this right now. They're not really working with me. But you are right. This is the tape that I like. Just that was a fast offer there. I should be like 40 points in right now. That's not the case. So I think it is time to cancel some limit short orders. See
Yep.
how they do here.
Somebody knew who I was talking about in the chat. First two guesses were wrong. Third guess was correct.
What are we guessing about?
Who the guy I used to watch on YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah, he's legendary. He's a ghost now. He's a total ghost. Nobody knows who he is, but he just used to run in back before streaming was really big. He just used to run a private room that like anybody could pop in on his website and watch him trade. Does he trade bigger now? He also was one of the first people who founded Wall Street Bets. But yeah, his name's Lakai. That's what he goes by.
now, as the lore would have it, he is Jack's McDonald's Connect. Low key, just like in the movies when it's like you need that guy to come back to help you on a mission. He's like, I'm just a simple guy now. I've lived my life. I just want to be left alone here at McDonald's headquarters corporate.
That's hilarious. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, sooner or later, you just got to do some, pick up a hobby or do something normal.
Okay, cool. Stop me out of short. Still looking for an offer. I will let this bid do what they do first.
Are the white lines the same thing as a swing? So the white lines are a moving average on my oscillator. So this is an oscillator at the bottom of my screen that I've written that combines 5 different separate studies and then gives me a point value. If the study is bullish, it's a +1. If the study is bearish, it's -1 or -1. And then the sum of that prints as the blue oscillator. And then the white line is simply a moving average on the oscillator. So you can see this morning, the oscillator's moving average was deep in the red, below 3. If we are below 3 deep in the red, I really trust my limits above the market. Like in this case, we traded that limit. We got that reaction. It doesn't mean you can't take a long, but for me, that's telling me that the better trade is to wait for the short. So we were deep in the red in this oscillator. You can see that we're starting to kind of curve up higher here. But yeah, that's what that is. It just helps me with my bias. If I find myself incorrect on trades and stopped out, like if you're going long, stop, and I take one look at my oscillator, I'm like, okay, it's because the market is absolutely torched to the downside here. What am I doing? So it
Dude,
just kind of is a good frame.
this bid is actually insane.
Yeah, we're going back up for my NQ fill. I'm going to get stopped out in the ES, filled in the NQ, and then we're going to go lower.
Still willing to fill that NQ short?
Don't make me second guess myself. I might move it up to 23.
No, don't listen to me. I made a plan, and if I had followed it, I'd be in like mad profits right now.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We came real close. That NASDAQ level, I said 23,683. We basically almost retested it on the low, right back to the bottom of that leg start. Just a sweeping bid out of that low. We didn't quite get to where I moved my limit down, which was 65.11s in the ES was where I had moved. That's what I was thinking we could possibly pop back up here. But my higher levels, I tell you what, if I get stopped out on this ES, I'm just going to go back and sell a little bit higher here with the same thing, 2 targets and a stop.
I'm getting short. I got one. Very erratic tape. It's hard. It's hard to get anything right now. It's really dicey short. I've got 2. Well, I've got 2. I got to be a little greedy on these.
Join me.
750. I'll peel one. 755. if we can get there. We can't even get to 755. This whole thing is torched.
Nope. Didn't quite get to a retest thus far for me.
I'm gonna tighten this stop here. Yeah, holding pretty good here on the bid. Trying to see if I need to scratch out of this while I can. An offer is reloading in these 85s, 86s. As soon as that stops, I'm getting out. Or they can fill my limit buy here. That'd be nice too. Holding above the open is pretty good for the bid right now, so they're building enough volume up here where if they can trade below the open, 64s, I think we could see some good acceleration. If they can leave this behind, it would tell me that there is still a pretty considerable offer here that the market is just not willing to get through just yet. First target 55 because it would fill one of the imbalances on the way up. We've got a few. And if my idea is if they can't even get through one, like there's no chance for the short right now. So they went into it and they popped right back up. Offer still reloading. It's good for me. Very willing bid in these 75s. So this was Globex POC.
Pushing higher here in gold.
They're pushing higher in gold?
Coming to my limit. Oh yeah, we're just kind of took out this morning's 830 high here. Highs of the hour in gold. CL, I got a limit at 110.44. Is that may trade here shortly?
Bid is still really strong in the indices. I'm waiting for them to just step off. I don't know if they will. Pretty crazy two-sided tape here. Yeah. Strong bid. No go. Think I got pretty decent MFE on that too. Yeah, that spot held pretty nice. Let's see them trade to a new high.
Yeah, I think I'm going to drop my limit back here.
That's what you get for listening to me about your short, man.
That's all right. I ended up two targets and a stop, one tick on my third. So that's fine by me. That's a winning trade. That, having those multiple targets, you leave one runner on for maybe a new low. If it trades, great. Obviously, that's the highest R on the trade. But, walking away with some chips in my pockets to start the day, I'll take it.
Not too bad. It's not too bad.
Especially with no heat. You guys don't get to see my sweat bead down my forehead.
I really hope they make a new high here for us.
Here's my CL order. I'll bring that over into view. Yep. I'm so tempted to either move my order back now in to 74, 874. I know that is the more conservative trade here. Yeah, the ES30.
ES is really strong. NQ is just dragging its feet here.
Yeah, I'm going to move my order back to
VWAP
874.
ES now.
We'll see, because I'm going to get filled on this CL here, most likely.
There
Next
you
thing,
go.
if we break above 49.25, I'm going to start trading strictly from the long side.
Where?
49.25 in the ES. If we can hold above the lows right now are the 50% retracement from like dead on halfway back long in the ES from the low of the week to high. So the low of what was that? That Monday to Tuesday, and too high in the ES is 6503 half, and the low of the day is 6503.75. So that tells me that there was a program bid there. I mean, to be one tick off the full 50% retracement for the week, to me is not a coincidence. So if we start breaking above where I was anticipating the shorts to come in, then I would think that we got a chance to run up the highs, and Maggie might have been right on that call this morning.
She was calling for a higher.
Well, she was just, I was joking about how we're moving lower, and she's like, oh, well, everybody's waiting to see where we go over the open. You might be eating your words. I'm like, I might be eating my words, like I never know what's going to happen, but.
Yeah, and then you got the guy, that trader, calling for longs in the same spot, not taking that. This is skill issue.
Did we come back and retest your original entry? We did, didn't we?
We did. We went a little below it,
low.
but it's still in like that same zone, that same empty volume spot that they just didn't build any, and then they just ramped it back up.
Yep.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Skill issue, though. We are experiencing some skill issue here. We are at VWAP. This is like the last chance for any short for me. So I'm seeing if I want to get alongside the short. And if this doesn't work, it's longs only. If they're trading above VWAP, shorts are dead to me.
The leg start is not the same thing as a swing high or a swing low. Those are separate. The swing highs and swing lows are represented by a blue dot on my screen, and the swing highs are an orange dot, and that's simply a 5-bar swing high. Sometimes you'll see them like in this case here for CL at 8:30, you have a swing low as well as a leg start. It's kind of hard to see that white bar or that white dot because it's on a ATR expansion bar, but yeah, they're separate indicators. I got my order here at 23,870. I'm glad I moved that up. I was like, I didn't get
you wanted the 25, test. Huh?
Yeah.
We're trying to layer this in here. Hope I'm not too early here. Really hope I'm not too early.
A leg start is the beginning of a 3-bar move, and a swing high is a 5-bar high, meaning that the previous or following 5 bars are not higher. All right, come on, fill me here in CL. Coming in. Oh, that's kind of looking a little toppy. I'll take it though. I wrote the script. Well, I don't know what the difference between it being an indicator and me writing the script is, but I wrote the script and it is an indicator, maybe is the answer.
And turn the script into an indicator?
Yeah. Is that right? Is that correct? I don't know. I don't know how to describe that. It's not on, as far as I know, it's not on Ninja because it's something I imported, but.
Here we go. Here we go. All right. Do not look back, please. There's like crazy bid in these 38, 39s. If we can get under this.
I'm making it available soon. Yeah. Really nice pump in gold here. We are up, coming up on 70 points off the low. $70.
Ooh, it killed me. Okay.
All right, there she is.
Above VWAP, as long as only, guys, for me. So either we fail this miserably and I short, or if we're still holding above VWAP, I'm going to follow the market. Let's see where we can go. Oh, we're heading into low volume in the 930s already. Okay, so plan, check this out, guys. Plan was if they cannot find interest here, we take it in and through the node. And I did the opposite. Something to note. No, it's not a hard and fast rule. It's just as I'm seeing selling come in, they're not getting anything for it. And VWAP generally is where they would hold it and continue the overall high time frame trend. And if that's not going to be the case, there's nothing more for me to bet on. Nothing that inspires confidence for sure, because it's not like we're not seeing sell side come in. They're just not able to push price any lower. So the market has found a range that there's just more buy interest still than sell interest.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning.
What's up?
Morning.
Good morning, guests.
Guess more
Guess.
like besties.
Besties. Good
What's
morning,
You're in
up,
Dak's house
besties.
now.
besties?
Good morning, guests.
Good morning,
It's
guests.
crazy.
Welcome to the show. You guys came on a good day. No shortage of opportunity here this morning. You guys do anything?
No, I tried to short and it did not go well. So for now, I'm sitting tight. I do have a limit order on CL longs at like 110.40. I'm waiting for that.
hello. See you
Are
there.
you feel short,
I
Jack?
heard you say you were looking for CL as well.
Yeah, I got a limit at 110.44. So
Oh, come on, dude.
if you don't get in because I'm in ahead of you, don't blame me.
Wait a
Did you
Well-
feel
minute.
short, NQ?
Yeah, I'm short
You're
NQ right
870?
now. Yep. It's 28.70.
What
Yeah.
price are you guys quoting for crude right now? 110?
Yeah.
Oh, they've been above the hundreds for a minute. Yeah.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
good morning.
Good morning. I didn't even
Hello,
know.
Stowe.
Holy Moses.
There's a thing with Iran right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a little
It's like
kerfuffle.
confrontation.
holy
So
Moses.
crude is up 10% right now.
Woo!
Someone get Stowe some coffee.
Wow, that's fun.
No
Unbelievable.
way. Did you just get filled on that?
No. Stop.
Dude.
You front ran me.
Brother, they just
Brother,
winked it. No.
that's a dollar move in 1 minute off my level.
Bro, what the heck?
Unbelievable.
Hello, you guys
That's
left
a
us
dollar
behind.
move in 1 minute. Did I really get front run by a tick? I gotta stop. They are getting me good here.
Wow.
They are getting me good here. No, we didn't even come. We came 6 ticks away. That's not bad. I would have been a little more upset if that was a.
I'm still upset.
What?
That is crazy work. They said, nope, you guys are not getting in. That's crazy.
I know the feeling. Been doing this a while.
It's not fun, that's for sure. That is a crazy bounce. Wow.
It's just kind of what we've been moving. That's just how we're moving right now.
Yeah, I just don't know if I love it if it comes back down again. I don't.
Yeah, I agree. But this kind of happened to me this morning in the ES where it was like just ahead of my order. Then it came back and filled and worked out. So, yeah, but I got short at 9.55 here. So I'm going to give it till 9 or 10.20 on the NQ to either stop me out or start moving my way. So we're back at my entry basically here. I definitely think we could fall from this point, especially now that crude traded that support. That's what I figured we'd do. We come down to that crude support level, get up into the indexes. We also just traded that lower mid, which is that green line that I have in both the ES and the NQ. We need to stay below this lower mid if we're going to continue lower here today. If we do stay, if we do rally from this point higher, I'm going to be trading the long side the remainder of the day personally.
I would like to see another failure. I wanted to see them trade 930s just for the low volume spot. They got really close though. They did get into the drop off. Looks like, yeah, they did.
Damn it. Bad fill.
There is, I think I missed it. We are really far from the 9, but I need a bit of a better fill on these.
There you go. Come on, Mr. Bid.
Attempted a short ES here too.
The hell you waiting for?
Me?
No.
Mr. Bid?
I'm talking to the Dom. Sorry.
Yeah, talk to that Dom. There we go.
Still being a crazy person again.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
They've already had me damn it.
I just got short ES here too.
I've already had me reverse this position twice. I'm trying to get into it.
I tell
but-
you what, though, I'm canceling my CL.
Literally was just doing the same. Dude, Jack, stop, please. What is going on?
Yeah, I told you, girls don't like it when you wear the same outfits as them.
Exactly.
Look at her. She's like, stop doing the same thing as me on the market.
You guys missed my comment when you guys were talking about that. Jack, the hat is from Vesuvio's.
I tell you what, Vesuvio's is like an Italian dish where I'm from. So I don't know where they're selling hats at Italian restaurants, but I'll get one.
It's a joke.
Oh.
It's he goes and shops at some Valori, whatever the heck.
Viore.
You had it.
called.
You had it right the first time.
See, Jack's like, oh,
Viore.
that. Why didn't you just say that?
So I nicknamed it Vesuvio's, which sounds a lot cooler.
Vesuvio sounds like a chicken dish. I'm not gonna lie.
It's from the restaurant in The
Vesuvio
Sopranos. That's
sounds
why
like a
it's-
volcano.
Oh,
Mount Vesuvio.
That's where I got it from.
Vesuvio.
Vesuvio, that bougie shit. It's a
No,
volcano.
not if you do what Stowe does.
Yeah, you got to have the right angle. You can be bougie and thrifty at the same time, Selma. I'm telling you.
What's the angle? Tell me.
Well, there's a couple different ways. You can use that Poshmark thing. You can get other people's Vesuvio clothes that they wore a couple
Other
times.
people's
You mean
clothes.
like
She's
XY's?
like, I'm out. I'm
You
out.
mean like XY's hand me down?
She's like, I've heard enough.
I'll get secondhand clothes. There's nothing wrong with that. The only thing,
No,
I
I
mean,
like thrifting. I like
Yeah.
thrifting.
I
Found
mean,
some
I'm
cool
not
stuff.
I'm not buying other people's socks or
You
anything
gotta go
crazy.
thrift at Aspen. That's the key. You get some real fancy stuff.
All right. Let's
Well, I gotta
do
get to
some-
Aspen first.
I heard there's a lot of ninja traders in Aspen.
Dang, they won't even give me oh, actually they gave me a pretty decent amount of points on this one.
Yeah.
Still, I thought we had the short of this. Oh, no, you're long.
No, I'm nothing anymore. And I was also trying to hit that short. I was long into it. We hit my first squiggly line, and then that's when NQ was at VWAP, and I was like, "We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it." Everybody's
They gave
going.
me a nice 20. I didn't take it. Now
Same.
I gotta get long.
Yep.
Gotta get
And
long.
I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about used sweatpants, and
Sure, blame the used
I
sweatpants.
missed my spot there at 860s.
I saw a used Bucky's outfit. last night.
Ooh. I
I
think
was
I know
like,
whose
huh.
that is.
Yeah, I was like, does this say return to Nick on it?
I think I know whose that is.
Nick loved his Bucky's outfit so much he wrote his name on the name tag.
All right, we are moving up here. Just got taken out here in NQs. Maybe time to trade to the long side now for the remainder of until proven otherwise.
God.
Oh, wow.
F minus.
Dude,
F,
it's the
F minus for
Russell.
Stowe on that one.
The Russell's freaking so strong.
Yeah,
This
actually, the
is
Russell's on my
like
bull
really
stand.
low volume territory. It makes it really tough for me.
So
Go
ahead.
I ticked out right here. I flattened this manually too. I still had another 2 points left on this stop, and I got out manually right here as soon as it turned. Chicken.
Chicken.
All right, time to load up. I'm gonna start flipping for the long side. I feel like you got to go down to a smaller. I mean, I'm gonna go down to a smaller time frame here and start.
5 second.
Yeah, no, 1 minute.
I know, Ryan. That was cool, huh? Yeah, I looked at the high time frame. I don't know if I can long into this.
Zach, I'll show you. Zach would like a lesson on how to buy high and sell higher. There's a good spot here. See
Buy
this?
high, sell higher.
This is me short right here. And this is my stop loss. And then this is me buying it as price is yeeting through my stop loss. So this is me hitting Alt F and Alt B at the same time. So this is me buying high, and then this is me selling higher, higher, and higher. So I did the same thing I had to do yesterday. Price was doing the exact same thing. Bid was a beach ball. We're at the spot where a short was really trying to work. Seller was like, please, please.
Please.
And
A little bit of LARP, little bit of LARP.
Yeah. So, and then I had NQ doing the thing. XY's in my ear trying to also get short. I'm like, I'm going to be short with XY. We're going to
Dude,
zero together.
oh
like
man, that was
brothers.
actually the best long spot where they stopped selling it. It's just
Yep.
continuation on volume. Yeah, that would have been the spot.
Yep. So
Really.
right here, if you can see it, it's two blue arrows. So this is the bad one, and this is the good one. So, but you just got to be fast, and it also helps if you're right. So
Yeah, it's great advice.
Jack, look at the
Right.
bounce. Look at the bounce on CL off that. The level I had was 110.34.
I don't know. We
was
really
trying
haven't
to
gone that far yet.
But there's supposed to
say
be
look
some
at the bounce
divergence
if
thing going
I'll
on.
say look at the
Like,
bounce if we get above 112. This is just like normal.
I'm just saying
gyrations here.
initial reaction off of it.
Fair.
I don't love the fact that it did what it did without us and then came back down.
I thought there was some CL divergence, like if it's up, indices are down or something.
it's over.
It's so over.
It'll be back, but it's over for now.
Yeah, I mean, that would have quick 40 cents right now.
I think it started to go away when when Trump said, "Meh, we might just leave the straight." That might be somebody else's problem.
Can you imagine him saying meh?
I think I watched it for 20 minutes.
Good stuff.
Jack, did you end up trading Asia while he was speaking?
No, I was looking at it for a bit, but honestly, I had traded the previous night, and I was like, I'm coming on the stream this morning. I was telling XY, I was like, if I start trading, I'm not going to stop. It's just like, I was like sitting there like,
he's gonna go right into the next session. No
yeah,
sleep.
it's just gonna be
haven't even
slamming
stood
Red
up.
Bull.
It's usually how it goes.
Well, just because I know I would be in a position. I mean, granted, that was a great trading session, and I wish I did trade it, but duty calls. I need my sleep. I don't perform well if I don't sleep.
Damn it.
Yeah,
I just got
hear ya.
stopped out on like 3 shorts on this whole move up.
Yeah, I gave up on trying to short.
I am getting close to a loss limit here. I'm down like 3.5, almost 4, 3.8.
This is probably going to be like yesterday where like we rally into the afternoon and then get a nasty drop end of the day.
Yeah, I'm looking
This
for shorts in this range.
Salma, do you
It
see
doesn't
the
work.
low of the overnight sessions, the halfway back long for the week, like to the tick?
On
ES, I actually haven't checked NQ yet, but I'm sure it is on the NQ as well, which tells me the strength of the buying after that gap down on a to the tick halfway back long. Like
Yeah.
that to me is programmed buying. Like you don't just trade things to the tick. Let me get the exact level in the NQ. The exact level is a 23,655. So I'm not even sure if the NQ traded it, but the ES just dead on the nuts, halfway back long for the week and nothing but buying since.
what if I tell you I have a level on the Russell December lows? We literally swept it and bounced right from that
Yeah, I haven't
Russell's
looked.
been like the strongest out of all the indexes here, and it's just been nonstop.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the Russell
say
yet
hi to
today,
XY.
but
Sure.
I'm
You know
Oh my
short.
god, I
I'm
was
short.
like, what is that?
Aw.
What is that high?
Yeah, this is Jack. So you don't know these folks. You haven't met them before. That's Jack, and
Hi.
that's Salma. This is Willow.
Hello.
Willow.
Yeah,
Hi, Willow.
Hi, Willow.
she's on spring break.
She's
Nice.
the best
We're back.
guest, man.
Yeah.
Greatest
I
guest.
was like, what is that?
Love you too.
Oh my God.
Oh. Give her the keyboard.
She's a good trader. She can trade.
Yeah, I don't
You
know
need
if you
anything?
guys have ever had this happen, but my daughter was playing with my keyboard the other day, and she did something to the keyboard that turned the caps lock on, and I could not turn it off, even though it said it was off. So I could not log into my computer. I had to like create the visual keyboard on my screen and then turn the caps lock off on a digital keyboard on my screen because the physical button was not working. I was like, that's it. No more touching the computer.
Her Jack was stressed.
That's it.
I mean, I don't know how she managed to do that, but
There are certainly days when I have hit my daily loss limit in the first 5 minutes of the session where my daughter just smashing the keyboard would have been a better trader than me. So I think about that often.
yeah. Salma, the Russell, so this little scanner I have was the first market that I had this morning to turn bullish, and I didn't look at it because I was like, so much going on this morning. But not, looking at it now, wow, we are up 40 some points off the low or close to it, but definitely interesting here.
Jack, look at you want to talk about to the tick. We swept it by 1 tick and just yeah. So you're right. Like I completely agree with you about the program buying.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that is, I mean, first of all the selling was overnight. Let's look at the cash session. What have we been doing all week? Cash session, buying.
Buy. And you know what it is? It's also like short week. I feel like most short weeks, and I've said this on stream, and everyone's like, well, what's the stat? And I'm like, guys, I don't have a stat, but just from my own experience spending time on the screens, short weeks tend to be bullish. And it's just like.
So you gave him a trust me, bro?
It's a trust me, bro, but look, it's working. Usually Thursdays with Jack and Nick, it's just a bloodbath, and we haven't seen that today. Cash session.
Well, what I said this morning to Maggie, I was like, if we go on and we end up higher, the low is in, because every Thursday, literally, me and Nick have been on, we have sold off, and of course, the overnight was looking bad. But if this market turns around here today, the low might be in. The low might be in. Minus we go and turn, I ran into, what do they call it? The Stone Age. And that affects.
Oh, that was crazy. Yeah.
That is a crazy description.
Very crazy take. But it's a take.
Yeah, it's a take. Oh my goodness. We're just running.
Dude, I thought I had.
I can't even get, I keep moving my limit order up here in the NQ. I'll tell you what, I'm going to start looking short oil. Because if this doesn't hold, Salma, that's what I'm thinking.
That 110.34 is very, very, very important for crude. We lose that.
Yeah, but I think it's going to crack. I'm going to start looking shorts. I got to go on a smaller time frame here.
Someone said, I'm suffering the Rakesh curse. Dude, where is he? He's got to be here today at least.
He'll come back.
What did the market just do? It just took me out and died?
Yeah.
I hate these guys, man.
Yeah, that was gross.
All right, I got to limit it 23,897s here.
And Q popped to that yellow line, XY, and it just pissed off.
Is that it?
Yeah. I don't know if it's done up there.
That's a previous week mid, 996.
All right.
On NQ. But yeah, Jack, I think if we lose 110.34, 106, 107 is on the table for crude.
Yeah, this is kind of like Virtual Friday, though. So I don't know if we can count the Thursday curse as being done.
True. But Nick's not here, so maybe. Like we thought last Thursday would be green because Jack was off.
But it's Nick.
Because I'm holding the market down.
That makes sense. No, I bet Nick is somewhere cursing something else instead of the market right now. Probably
Poor
some
Nick,
Claude code.
bro. He's busy.
All right,
He's
trying
busy
to get
clotting.
CL here.
You're trying to short this, Jack?
I'm trying to short CL. Because to me, like CL really hasn't caught up to the market. If we're gonna break higher in the market, CL is so far ahead of yesterday's range that I have, I think, just from a risk reward perspective, CL, if we do truly break trend, the indexes head higher, gold's getting a bid, oil's going back to 107 here today. So I'm trying to
this
get
short
short because
doesn't
we're all
work
the way
for
up to
me.
111s, and I just freaking another tick front run. Oh my gosh.
The short doesn't work for me. It's about half of yesterday's gains back to the market. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it a weekend there.
Hey, Mr. Market, I love you too. Thanks
Dude,
for
it's
saying
not
that.
going
That's
well.
nice.
Yeah.
Let me bring this into view. Yeah, but CL's got friggin' $3
I mean,
below it.
the gap's 50 points away at this point over there, 30 points away on ES.
All right, new high.
I don't.
I'm trying to like layer in a nice position.
Nick just showed up.
Nick,
Nick
I
for a
need
sig.
this lower.
That's a different Nick.
Oh. Wait, it's what?
Yeah, Nick,
Who
that's
is
Nick.
that?
That's Nick for a sig.
Is that Nick for a sig?
You might have
the
been.
Southern man.
You might have
Nick
been out of
for a
town
sig.
when we
Oh
made
my
Nick for a sig.
gosh.
So it's not Nick.
Yo, who is
Come
that?
on.
That's hilarious. He took Nick's profile photo. I'm dead.
Bro, could have
dead.
fooled me. Oh my goodness.
That looks like Nick's corporate pic. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that is straight out of Nick's LinkedIn. That is. He looks a little fuller in the
Nick for
cheeks.
brisket says, "Don't be fooled. I'm the real Nick."
Dude.
Oh my God, Nick has a lot of vaults.
Oh my
guys.
gosh! Wait! He has a cigarette in his mouth in the photo.
Jack,
I
did you
don't know. You
miss
guys
this?
can't see it, but
He's got a
because
Twitter
it's so
too.
small.
Bro, Nick for a sig. You guys have too much time on your hands.
Yeah, that's
Chat.
hilarious. Oh my gosh! I got to get so aggressive with this CL. Oh, wrong button. Damn it.
Nickception. Will the real Nick please stand up?
All right.
Poor Nick isn't even here to see this. This is awesome, though.
Man, look at all these gaps in this profile too. This is gnarly. There's nothing like a low volume move up. Sheesh. So hard to get in.
Yeah.
You still trying to short it XY?
Yeah, I'm giving it
Okay.
another shot. One last
All right.
chance. If this takes me out, then I gotta call it a day. It's half of yesterday's gains.
That's word.
106.
I'm also trying short on YM.
Dude,
I'm short. I just got short CL. I'm moving targets down.
Yeah, that's short.
It's a cliff. It's a cliff. It needs to get below that 1 and 110.40s.
Tape
But
is thinned out. Is there something
know,
going on
dude.
right now?
I don't know, man.
It's really weird.
It's just 10-20.
Yeah.
They're pulling everything.
New high, I'm gonna pull myself out of this trade and out of the market because it's too late. I can't get long here in this low volume area as they're building it out, and the shorts are not working. So yeah.
Wow. They
I'm
just
waiting
popped
for the
at this.
pullback. My limit order keeps moving up here in NQ, but I got one at 23,901s right now. And then
I think
Alright, I'm
this
out.
is today is a great lesson on calling a market, but having user error.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
pre-market
same.
plan was to find longs in this range right here, and looks like a great plan. And the rest is user error. It would have been if I had stuck to it, dude. Different story.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't really had a good retest to even enter longs.
I mean, the retest was that first move down in the morning, that retest of the overnight low bid. But, we were coming so hot off that high that you really had to be confident in your long thesis, I think, to take that.
Some days it's just like this. You got to take your licks, move on to the next. Short week, so I won't be trading tomorrow.
Is this the part where I say I will be?
Oh, no, we already knew. You don't have to say it.
There's a high chance that I will be, yeah.
Oh my gosh, we're just going away. Going away. We are through that prior day low here in gold right now. I'm telling you, I think CL is the asymmetric short. If these indexes are going higher, CL is coming back to earth. We're going to trade 107s before the end of the day. Of course, it's all timing to get in, but
How do you guys deal with red emotionally? I mean, I don't see it on a day-by-day basis. I just have an account and the number moves. As long as you're trending up, you're fine. I mean, I had a really good week. Uh for what's the other one?
Gosh.
How do you set your max loss? It's usually like 5, 6. Sometimes I'll cut it like a 3 or 4, but right now it's easy to do so because I've been in the markets for like an hour and a half almost, which is longer than I usually like to trade. Also, it's in a spot where I'm looking for offers or I can't get any trades on anyway. It's a low volume spot. We have been really stretched away from the 9. No pullbacks, no nothing. One of the things I like to do is to go to high time resistances or supports and go back towards it and then see if I want to get alongside the market. But none of my edge, as far as after the plan, has shown up. That's just a fact of the matter. So the question easily is, or what do I do now? I just keep pressing this with no edge
Yeah,
and lose more money, which is like nonsensical. I think I'll take a good week. I had a really good week. So
sometimes it's just not there for the day.
Yeah.
And like, look at this. I mean, this day is extremely complicated and weird as far as an order flow perspective goes. We came up, I mean, what did we came 10 points from the overnight low in NQ, just bounced without taking it out. That's weird. That made me not want to be long down there. And then we've just been a straight piss missile, total reversal on the day from an opening drive down aggressively towards the overnight low. Didn't take it out and then just piss missile up. That's hard. That's hard to long.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
yeah, I mean, even if let's just say the market does sell off from here, I get the trade, whatever, but I'm happy calling it here because yeah, it's been about 90 minutes. So I don't really have like a straight cut DLL amount. There's a time where you're just like, look, it ain't working. None of what you do is working. The market doesn't care. The market doesn't agree.
Yeah.
It's not like it's the last day ever to trade. I think it's easier if you're trading cash, for me at least, because it's just your balance, right? If your P&L is still on a good equity curve, it's easier to just let it go. But when you're trading prop, it's very difficult because you have conditions, parameters to be paid. All that stuff could really get into your head.
No, absolutely. Having those secondary and tertiary things floating around, like I need to pass this day, I need to do this. That's where those types of accounts can be really problematic and make bad habits. But I like what you said. It often occurs, like, to me, it shows up in that all of a sudden I feel like I'm looking at something that I've never seen before. That's when I know that, like, all of a sudden my edge doesn't exist that day for whatever reason. Like, I don't know why it's gone, but it's just not there. And that'll happen to me too. And you just have to walk away from that. It also helps to be a little dead inside too. That's how you deal with being red.
Yeah, it's always gonna happen. I think a lot of what I've seen too is like people will not have like a cutoff because you have, I guess it's like a recency bias is not the word, but you always remember the times where, oh, as soon as you hit your DLL or got locked out or this or that, then the market went and turned in your favor. Yada, yada, yada. You hear it all the time. Why do you not want a stop loss? Why do you not have a stop loss? Oh, it's because, well, that's when the market turns. I just need more room. They call it more room, more room, more room. And it's such a fallacy because I think that's just what you remember and not all the other instances where it still kept going against you after your max loss or your daily loss limit, stuff like that. I could sit here and be like, look, I cut myself from the trade because it made a new high. It only made it a new high by like 6 points.
Oh my
And it
goodness.
fell like 60, right? It could be another situation, but you never know.
All right. I got bids at 901. So
I think there's also an element to this too, where it's like it's doing trend day stuff. And I've just been through the last month and a half of this market not existing. So whenever the thing shows back up that you used to be used to, I feel like this is a little sus, you know? It's hard for me to want it. Like, I should want to add here. I should want to get in at 65. I should want to get in at 920, you know? I'm having a hard time clicking the button right now, though.
Yeah, you just get those vibes where it's like, look, the market is not conducive to my edge today.
Yeah.
It is what it is. For the short, I mean, I would have wanted them to start really initiating downside in the 50s at the latest. And they're doing so all the way in the 400s, which is like, it's not the same. Sometimes
Yeah.
it just wiggles too far. But yes, the lesson here is calling a market is so easy. I could have just furu'd it, right? If you're not even a trader. Look, I told you guys in the morning. Who said it first? Find it here. Pay for the
I think my Ninja's frozen.
Yeah.
Dude,
There it was.
0 retest to get in on this push.
Yep. I mean, it's doing the band is pointing 45 degrees up and to the right. The VWAP is turned up. Yeah, it's doing all the stuff. I'm just a chicken. Even down here, this was me not trusting.
yeah,
Like I was,
turkey.
yeah. I was clicking the button. I was doing. My process was in here buying this thing like it knows how to do, and I let myself get in my own head, and I just got out of it when I shouldn't have. My stop was down here at 48. So lessons abound on this virtual Thursday.
Happens, Stowe.
I know it does happen.
Oh, reload bid. The answer is simpler than you think. He says, any advice to smoothen an equity curve? Just cut your losses. It's that easy.
Just don't lose.
I mean, you guys see it all here in the open, right? You guys see my days, whether they're good, whether they're bad. I do a decent job of stringing together pretty good days. Eventually, you're going to get a bad day. I'd consider it a bad day today. Just cut it off. String together a new streak of good days. When you're wrong on a trade, you cut it. Same thing. When you're wrong on a total idea, on a plan, an overview of the market, just cut it too, which means just pull yourself out of the market.
Yeah.
Holy pop.
I think it's also like, I think that needs elaborated on a little bit too, because this is often said, it's like, cut your losses early. Okay. You don't really know the result of anything after you hit a button until after you hit the button. And that includes like cutting a trade. And a really good example is like, I cut this trade that's 30 points down here, but I felt like I didn't know what was happening. And whenever I feel like I don't know what's going on, I got to get out. If this trade would have worked, this is not a good trade for me because I really was uncomfortable here. The only reason I would have held this and not hit the F button is hopium. That's it. I was guessing completely. Once we dipped back down in here, I was like, I got to get out of here. So you're going to come across times where you cut your trade and it ends up working anyways. And you have to be able to not let that mess with your brain. You have to trust the fact that you cut that for a reason. Or at least I do. I don't know.
All right. No, I think, yeah. I mean, we didn't even get my bid down there. We didn't even get into it. I'm gonna start getting real aggressive here. If we go a little higher, if we get up above 24,060, I mean, I could even argue to get aggressive right now. I do really like this short of CL though.
Dude, my dog got this new toy. He's going crazy right now. You trying to make me play with him?
What kind of dog do you have? Let us see.
Yeah, get that pooch up here.
Everyone got a dog but me.
I don't have one.
I don't have a dog.
All right. Moving my bid up here to 23,977.
Yeah, that's a good short, Jack. This is an insane push.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, support, right? We were both looking at it, different way. You're looking at a different way that I do. And then I just saw us, hanging out there, we spent 25 minutes going sideways. And then as soon as we spent 25 minutes going sideways, I just figured we'd eventually crack it because there wasn't that great of a reaction. And with these indexes pushing lower, oil, like I said, it hadn't caught up yet. And I think oil's going down to 107. I got my first target here at 108.88. I'm going to move my stop to break even if we do that. And that's almost a $2. There we go. There we go.
Oh my goodness. What is happening?
Yeah. All right. First target about to get hit here in CL for a freaking $2 in 1 minute right there. I mean, I might move this target down. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
What's
What's going on?
happening?
All right, I'm moving my oil targets down. This thing could really run. I don't know. I have no idea how far this is going, but I feel like should stay in this position. Whoa. Okay.
I told you, dude, 107 is coming. That should be like your target.
No, I'm moving my target down. We're moving that fast. This whole move can get erased.
What is happening?
I'm trying to
look.
So we just had an ATR expand. Oh my gosh, we're now $3 now. We had an ATR expansion to the downside in the last 5 minutes. So when I see that and we crack a level, I just set a timer for 25 minutes instead of trying to pick a price. This is the beginning of a bigger move. I mean, we're still up $7 in CL. If that was just who knows? I mean, I think the worst case scenario, oil's all the way back in $100 here by the end of the day. If indexes are going back to highs, we just filled the gap on the NASDAQ. We were down 300 points. Now we're up 50, 60, 10.
Wait, what does that mean, Craig and Tracy?
I don't know.
Like drafting protocol with Oman for. Okay, what does that mean?
It means they're coming up with a plan to figure out.
Bro, there is always
traffic.
A plan.
Trust the plan, Salma.
Guys, yesterday it was Stone Age.
38.
Today is protocol.
Moving the bid up. Imagine being in the pits with this type of move.
This is insane. Cancel the Stone Age plan, yeah.
Wait. Is it over?
What is happening?
Yeah, it's
Is it so over?
Oh my goodness.
I don't want to be a participant in this. I am
There
sorry,
is
guys.
there's not a reason to initiate into this book at all.
Well, call me stupid because I'm about to.
No, you can come in.
I'm just trading price auctions and levels. I have no idea.
We got overnight high.
We did trade down to that 107s there. It's freaking talk about a candle, almost $4 there on the 5-minute chart in CL.
Tracy, Mom, the meatloaf.
That is a nasty bounce on CL. Wow.
No, it's just retracing half of the move it just made. I would expect if we dropped $4 in 5 minutes, not even, it was $4 in 3 minutes.
I mean, my volume candles are 20 points behind what price actually is. So I can't even look at my chart. It's funny.
Wait, why?
The volume candles get they get big sad when stuff like this comes in and happens.
What does that even mean?
Yeah.
They just get delayed.
Oh, yeah.
So my candles are showing 640, but the plug-in's showing 6630s. That'd be wild if we held this overnight high.
Blue Shark. I am up 2K in 5 minutes.
Dang.
Wait, but did you cover that, or are you still in it?
Yeah, if you type it in the chat, you have to close it. That's very similar to the screenshot.
It had to have been
curves.
closed because I could take it from you.
Oh my gosh, we came 1 point away from my win. I'm done with this. This is about the 5th time that's happened today.
I'm baffled.
Fun markets. I knew, I knew we were gonna have a wild day. I knew we were gonna have a wild day.
All right, it's catching up now. There we go.
It's just, man, I might drop this to 94s.
Is it true prop firm accounts are bad for high variance?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
High RR low win rate is bad. No, I think with anything with proper sizing, I think everyone thinks of prop accounts like casino chips, right? If you have an account with a 2K max loss, if you treat it like a cash account with a 2K max loss, which means your size, maybe, I don't know, 2 micros, 3 micros, 4 micros. It shouldn't be an issue, but everyone wants to just run to the payout market, and yeah, they're gonna blow up. Bad variance will blow you up if your size is too much. So the question is not that it's a prop account, it's how are you treating the prop account? That's just how it is.
Yeah.
So you'll see a lot of people like, they got like, who knows, man, 500,000 in prop payouts. I'm not going to tell you their spend, obviously, but there's a lot of gaming in there, right? You're getting high payouts over time because you're risking a lot. But when you do that, variance will kick in. You'll take a loss, but then you'll just buy more. And eventually you'll probably come out net positive because it costs a lot less to endure that entire max loss versus getting to a payout. So it becomes a game within a game. It's a market within a market, right? So it depends how you treat it. Yes. I have buddies who treat them like personal accounts. They do fine with variance. No issues, but they don't size the way you might want to or the internet would show you.
Yeah.
Right? One guy is like 4 micros. He's just fine. Gets regular payouts. Doesn't do anything crazy. Loses trades. But that doesn't really grab your attention. I think what does is this guy slinging like a whole mini on a 50K or maybe even two, and then you make $800 times 40, and you're like, I'm up like $56,000 today. What's up? They show off their like trade sinker aggregate P&L. Like, yeah, no, this is light. $60,000 a day is light. Find out how here.
I picked up a long there in NQ 24,135, just playing the bid. I got T1 here at 24,236, and then T2's up at new highs 24,348, 49 area. So see if I can get that off, but I had to go down to a smaller time frame to find that. We're at the midpoint of the prior day. That blue line you see on my screen in the NASDAQ is the middle of yesterday's range. So I always find it in long trends, like if we can get longs below the mids, that's always better than longs above the mids. It gets harder to chase the further we get away from the midpoint. But the thing about CL, like and how I'm comfortable with the short, so if we're already at the midpoint in NQs, well, where's the midpoint in CL? It's all the way down. That's where my targets are. It's all the way down in 99.76. That's $8 below us.
1,000 lot guy back again, 28. This is I like this, but this is a very selly shelf.
Jack, how low of a time frame did you go on for that entry?
1 minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because like on the 5, I still don't see the retest I'd want to see.
So one of the things I always look for, so we had like a double ATR move there. So the 5-minute bar ATR expansion, 5-minute bar ATR expansion. We had that yesterday to the downside. Anytime I see a double ATR move in the same direction, that's typically more to come. That's like the beginning of a move. And I kind of look at it as like we've completely reset price. Like forget about all of that move that happened. It's like everything just shifts higher. And then we're either going to build value up here and continue, which is kind of my expectation. Earlier today I mentioned that since the open, the cash session, and today is no different besides that absolutely massive gap down. It's been a lot of really technical longs to the upside. And it's really beginning to look like this morning's low is just an opportunity to get long into the higher time frame trend. And this might be the Thursday where, if we finish up, if we can play it back to when Maggie was talking this morning, that I think the lows are in. And at this point in time, if we finish today higher, I'd be willing to say that we have a really solid temporary low that may not be taken out.
I'm just scalping a short here. 66.25. I got 2 off. I'm going to tighten this up. Just a 3-point stop on that. I assume this is coming back, but this was a pretty selly shelf. They did some liquidity trickery up here at 28 and then pulled that 1,000 guy once we got up there. We've now run the overnight high. We left this little baby node up here. Yeah.
You don't believe it, huh?
It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just seeing stuff. And that stuff I'm seeing has more meat on the bone than any sort of long I'd be able to get into. Just the shape of this volume node that they're building up here is bearish. So, or at least it was before they went up and put this back in. It was a little more of a slope. We'll see what happens with this seller. But I mean, this is counter trend for me, for sure. I would rather be long from the 130s where Jack is sitting. But we'll see.
Yeah, I do hope we get that drops though, just so I can get that retest for longs. So I'm rooting for you.
We'll see, man. I don't know. I mean,
Sorry, Jack. I'll root for you when I'm on the same side.
I'm sorry. I'm in the zone right now.
Yeah, he doesn't even care that I'm like rooting for the
I don't know
fade.
what's going on.
All right, good.
Yeah, I won't take it personal. It's fine.
I mean, this is a hell of a single print if we put it in.
Like the first time we'd even get back to the 9 if we do.
Yeah. Where's your squiggly line? Tell me.
50.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I would.
I mean, in a minute
least,
it'll
like,
change. As the 5-minute bar closes, it'll change. It'll
Right.
go up higher.
I would at least like to go talk to the previous day lows again.
Say what?
Like 65.98.
See if we come to that midpoint here. 60.
Let's see if this bid refresh is here, though. Oh, wait. Looks like they want to.
Yeah, I definitely want to see it above 24,094. Anything below that. I think we'd get a deeper retest, but as long as we can hold above 24,094s here, even if we dip a little on this 5-minute. CL.
Yeah, that's not bad. We got 24. Yeah, 12 points on the runner. That's good. That's good. I'm happy with that. Patience. Didn't eat into a D grade long up there. That makes me happy.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Whole overnight range.
Yeah.
There's 94s.
That is business, Doc. I told you they put them on the thing.
Someone said guys don't long.
Dr. Waddles.
I just picked up MES here too. We'll see.
Well, they talked to 98. Was that enough?
That's what I wanted to see. 94s. Definitely don't want to see that low loss though.
A little lower.
What do you
Just-
need? All right. What do
I
we
just need a
all
little
need?
lower.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Let's get what we all need on a piece of paper, and then we'll send it to. I'll have. I don't know what Lumi's doing today. Maybe she can use her telephone.
Send it
Call
to our
them
people.
the MMs.
She's funny, dude. She put like magnets on her chart for my take profit, and I swear to you, we ended up going to it. It worked.
Who did this?
Lumi. She just like put
Oh,
magnets. I told her what my take profit was. She put magnets right underneath that level, and then it was like instant. Good boys.
Wow. Oh my
That is
gosh.
a crazy clip.
I feel like magnets near your computer. I've heard bad things about that. It's not.
No, she just put like the magnet emoji on the chart.
Oh, I was gonna say, man, that's gonna
Oh.
blow your RAM.
Nah. David in the chat says, Salma, what made you start looking at trading the Dow? I feel like most either trade ES or NQ. David, probably like a month and a half ago, I just started watching all of the indexes. So I have it all on a screen, watch how they move, start comparing to like, what's diverging from the other. Day after day of like just constantly watching them. I started to realize, like, some days RTY will have clean moves, some days the Dow. So just started to give it a chance. Jack trades every single market. So if it works for him, then, it must work. I know a lot of people hate on the Dow and the Russell, but, when they move very clean. You just gotta be there to catch that. And I just missed my entry. But yeah, there's no real science behind it. I just started watching them and comparing how they move.
She's an old soul is the answer. It's the real answer. She's a
Thanks, Stowe.
Secret boomer. One of those boomer boomers.
I'm an unk.
Closet unk.
Welcome.
I'm an unk. You caught me. Oh,
it's
God.
cool. Unks. It's fun to be an unk, man. We get you go to bed nice and early.
It's fun to be an unk, man. Oh man,
Bro,
this sounds
someone
so
said
bad.
abuela. Salma is crazy.
No, it's cool.
It's cool.
Abuela.
I'm nobody's
Abuela.
grandmother, guys.
Yeah, Unk is the edge. Unk is just battle wounds. You put the kids to bed.
It's funny.
All right. I always like to pay attention to, once again, 25 minutes past that news, which is going to be right on the dot at 11 o'clock. So that tells me that, that whatever was come out has had time to kind of digest. Because a lot of times you'll just run higher and then next bar immediately back down and you've found yourself kind of caught chasing the move. But if you wait, 25 minutes, then that move, I think, has established itself. So if we're still sitting at these support levels here, come another 5 minutes, I think we're going higher.
Yeah, I just entered shorts on CL.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Should have joined you earlier, but here we are.
I was hammering the table on the CL short.
Bro, honestly, I'm glad I was not in that.
Oh, really? Because you don't like a $4 move your way in 5 minutes?
No, but just
Very
watching
flashy.
it was exhilarating enough. I'm
I'd
good.
hate that to happen to me.
Come on.
All right, TP1 here in ES.
This thing's gonna go.
Same,
Let's
Jack.
go.
Previous day close. Cool.
Oh, I love fast markets.
This is that negative gamma environment. Is Gamma in the room with us? Go ahead, XY.
No.
I can be.
I front ran his response.
You know
I
what?
knew
I'm
he
not a
was
big
gonna-
Am
Gamma
I
guy.
the only person that looks at this stuff? You guys?
No,
make me
I
feel
do too.
stupid for
I
it?
do too.
I'm not a big gamma guy, but I don't look at it because I don't understand it. But I do just well without it. So it's like I don't want to change anything.
For sure. You don't need every tool in the book. But I'll give it to you.
I jokes aside, I think every trading discipline deserves to be made fun of, first off. Just because this is all pretty ridiculous, everything that we're up to. But I definitely think it exists. Of course it exists. But yeah, like XY said, I'm staring at a bunch of blinking lights. I can't look at everything.
I'll give you the large gamma level on the low side today was 645 in the SPY, which translates to in the ES 6514s, which was basically the low of this morning's pullback. So that is the large gamma level in the SPY. Other than that, above us, we really don't have anything till SPY hits 660, I believe. And that is all the way, that's way above us. You know what? Earlier, somebody said about the value area, the 80% rule. We have triggered the 80% rule. I didn't think we were, I was talking how I don't think we're going to trigger the 80% rule, but we have officially had, I think one TPO, this current 30-minute bar. But as soon as we open up that second bar here in 3 minutes, we're going to have 2 TPOs inside of value area low, which means we have an 80% chance today to rotate to value area high. Which we've actually already done in the ES. The value area high completion in the NQ is 24,298, and there's an 80% chance that that'll happen today. It's not that it's far above the current high, but very aggressive moves here today.
What was that? So 2 single prints?
Yeah, 2 TPOs. If we gap either below value or above value, then trade into value for 2 separate TPOs. There's an 80% probability that we trade to, if we're in gapping down, trading into value area low for 2 TPOs, 80% probability we trade into value area high.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
great rule. Great rule.
What time frame is that value area calculated on?
People calculate value areas differently, but the TPOs are obviously 30 minutes. But why do you look at value areas? I have it on a different computer.
Yeah, no, I just meant for the stat. Like, do you mean the value area of the day or the value area high of like the week?
For the day. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, the value area high of the previous day.
Previous day. Okay, sick. I'm gonna write that down. That's a sick stat.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Okay.
All right, let's get some T2s here. And then I'm just swinging for the fences in CL, hoping that I can fill my car up for less than $200 before the week's over.
Bro, going to get gas right now, it's not fun.
I have a 33-gallon tank, Salma. They cut me off.
33 gallons?
Yes.
Well, it's a good thing you walk everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. I fill up like once every 2 months. Guys, we are low on the likes here. We got 1,300 of you and 350 likes. So considering I'm in 3 winning positions right now, I would appreciate if you could give me a thumbs up on the stream.
What are we at?
Everybody working hard behind the scenes.
351. 1,000 of you have not liked the stream. That is insane.
And I expect 1,000 of you to like it.
They must be locked in right now.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Because this market's
Let's go,
so
chat.
crazy.
Thought you loved us.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta hedge my tank of gas with CL. I am a hedger, not a speculator. Matt Moniz, you can just honestly, it's out there. It's not something I came up with, but just Google 80% rule. Jim Dalton, I believe, is the originator of that stat. Thanks, Tony. All right. All right, it's been 25 minutes here. It's 11 o'clock. I think. Does that mean we get to leave?
No, can you guys stay?
12, 11, 12.
What do you mean?
Not for 300 likes.
Yeah, what do you mean? I got stuff to do.
Chat, get the likes up so that they can stay.
It's too late. You're gonna miss us. You're gonna be sorry. But yes, you guys can have it.
Chat.
We will be leaving.
Oh, I don't know if I love this 15-minute.
It's fine. It's fine.
Bye, chat.
You guys can leave. It's fine.
All right, take care. Everybody
Love you.
have a great.
Have a good
Everybody
day.
have a great
Leave.
weekend.
Leave like everybody else does.
Yeah, just
I don't
go.
care.
Everybody in my
okay.
life leave.
Yeah, leave like everybody else. I don't care.
It sounds
Bye,
so
chat.
personal. Sounds so personal. Later.
Yeah, just go. All right,
All
bye,
right,
guys.
freaking going.
Jack, how did you get your face up there? What the heck? What was that? Oh, God.
I'm laughing at something Salma said.
What she said?
She made a funny joke.
Tell her she just had to be there.
You just had to be there.
Oh, God. Matt, please don't say that again.
I love you too.
But that was a crazy close-up, yeah.
This turkey.
I'm not in love with this 15-minute candle here. The way we're setting up, this is looking like a short on the indices, but it could be just one of those days where those setups just continue to get invalidated. It's a toughie.
This big buyer just came in at 120. Let's see if that's enough.
I mean, you got 2 900 lot guys sitting at 16 and 17 on ES. You seen that?
I just see 16. I don't see 17.
I see 16, 17. 16, 936, 17, 932. I don't know. Matt
I
says,
got out of that.
dude, my kids love their aunties. I'm about to be an aunt for the second time in like 2
Nice.
months, guys.
That's wonderful.
I'm excited. Yeah. Yes. I'm very excited. Yeah, this is not looking too good. I'm gonna get out of this CL short and I'll look to re-enter. Thanks, Fractal. It's exciting stuff. The real more forward. Yeah, I've been trying to learn. I'm nowhere near on the same level as the order flow guys, but I do have it up on a screen separate and I watch it intraday. It's right there.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a break from trying to initiate with this thing.
Yeah, I think more news came out. Craig posted.
Oh, good. Iran Deputy Foreign Minister, we are going to sell tolls for ships passing via the Hormuz Strait. Okay. Figured.
Speaking
that
of
was
tolls,
coming.
I hate paying tolls.
That's a tough state to live in, my friend.
Oh, it is. Everything is toll this, toll that. You want to drive, you got to pay toll. Like, it sucks.
Freaking turkeys.
Dude, I love that clip. For once, I approve being clipped. Can you guys play that again?
Oof. They
Freaking turkeys.
That is great.
Wow, they filled both those folks up there. Impressive. Very nice.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe crude got to 110. That's insane. I got to remember to start looking at that in the morning.
Just honestly, it helps to just have it up on a screen and watching it alongside other names that you typically watch.
Hey, man, dude. Morning, buddy.
I don't know why I don't trust this. Like, it's looking like a short, but I don't really want to pull the trigger here.
Well,
hey, thanks, Nando. That's very, very, very kind of you.
I got a lot of rules that say I can't short this now. Confirm single principal low. We have left all the volume on the planet down there. There's a huge LVN in between. But that being said, we are not, we're still in like the bullish upper half and we're kind of still tilted up. But whenever the point of control gets inside of a plus or minus one standard deviation world, like that's also a time where it's hard to initiate up here for me historically. But NQ looks better. NQ is holding.
PP Poo Poo says, why shorting a market that only shows it wants to go up? Hi, PP Poo Poo. It would just be for a quick scalp. Like, I wouldn't be in this position all day. Just, I'm just pointing out what I see. But again, I don't want to take it just because every time I thought something looked like a short today, it's just been invalidated. So I'd wait. I'd rather see something like this on a higher time frame, like the 30 or the hourly. So I'll wait for that.
That's not the real P4. You don't have to listen to him. He's an imposter.
Who's the P4?
P4 is the guy on Twitter.
I have actually one of my best friends in my phone saved as PP Poo Poo. You think I'm joking? I'm not. And it's been her name for a very long time now. Can you guys see that? Wait. Hold on. Do you guys see that? I don't know if you can see it from the glare, but PP Poo Poo indeed.
Tom Dog asks, Stowe, how can I learn about the tools you use? Well, a lot of this, I think the probably the fastest way would be I have a couple YouTube videos you can watch on my YouTube, but Nick has a free course. I would go look at that. I mean, that's probably the fastest way. He uses volume profile. He uses Delta. He uses all the same stuff. He doesn't use VWAP, but he doesn't use VWAP bands in the same way that I do. But other than that, it's probably a good way to learn. There's some good free resources too. The one that I always point people towards, which is old, like it's something I read when I was first getting into understanding auction market theory and order flow. It's called Trading Riot. It's just a website. He has some paid stuff, but you don't need to mess with any of that. There's just tons of free blog stuff.
I still have yet to check out his course. I kind of want to try those CL shorts again.
We're doing it. We're doing something really important right now, Selma.
Who's we?
Me and Willow.
Oh, do your thing.
We're big into temporary tattoos.
Here's his ghost face.
She likes to make me have hand tattoos, so I look real tough. So we're putting a face tattoo on, or putting a hand tattoo on right now. You realize I'm gonna have to walk around in the world like this.
Hey, Daddy, say that's ghost face. Say it.
Also, we'll show them. We'll show them what it is. We'll see if they're scared. It's a spooky one, Selma.
All right, I'm excited to see it.
Wait. You sure it's been long enough? Nope. Okay.
It's been like, I think like maybe like just like 20.
Man, it's just gonna be stuck here. Is it making higher highs or higher lows? I don't know.
I mean, it looks like we're still holding the 9 EMA on the 5-minute. That's a good sign, right? Gonna try for a retest on YM. 9 EMA retest, I'll go long. Hopefully that's not the one time where it knifes on me.
Oh, you can rip that part off. Never mind.
This is pretty. It's pretty tough. This goes face.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh yeah.
That is actually really, really cool.
I like the other one. The other one said top dog. I like top dog better.
Me too.
How long does that typically like stay on for?
Honestly, weeks. I'm gonna have to scrub this off later once somebody goes to bed.
We both have scary tattoos.
What's up, String B? Don't miss another week of NinjaTrader Live. I hope all is well, though.
Wow, they're filling a ton of people up here.
Yeah, it seems I cannot fill on these longs for the life of me. Just goes. How am I supposed to take a lunch break with a market like this? Easy. Eat at your desk.
Yeah.
I ate my breakfast before getting on live. I think I ate it in like 3 minutes. 3 eggs and half of an avocado. Just literally was just right before.
That's a good breakfast.
You gotta do. Yeah.
I also eat an avocado every day.
Them things are expensive, yo.
It's true.
They are so expensive.
My big thing is I do avocado with everything bagel seasoning. That's my jam. You ever check that out?
Avocado with everything bagel seasoning?
Yep.
I have that. I know exactly what seasoning you're talking about from Trader Joe's.
Oh, yeah. Well, mine's from Costco, but yes.
Yep. Wow. That's good.
Oh, man.
Nando, I was trying to fill longs on YM. I'm trying to get on the long side. Jenna, I honestly have no idea how much avocados are. My mom goes food shopping. I just give her money to go food shopping.
Aleppo peppers, very nice. Yeah, I might have missed. Yeah, I might have missed that spot down there at 05. It's okay. You can't long them all. You can't get every trade. Man, this day was tough.
Today it's just been a weird couple weeks.
It sure has. They're not that expensive. Wait a minute. I'm buying like 6 avocados for $5 at Costco.
That's a lot though, like compared to what you used to be able to get with $5. That is a lot.
It's like you're like paying $1 for breakfast. You put that thing on a piece of toast. That's cheaper than going to like McDonald's.
Dude, I haven't had McDonald's in years.
What's your order? What's your McDonald's jam? If you could go back right now.
No, I don't even have one. I really don't. Couldn't even tell you. Taco Bell though, that's where it's at.
For breakfast?
No, not for breakfast, just in general.
All right, sorry. Fair enough. Oh, I did try that crispy chicken slider.
Oh, how was it? I haven't tried it yet.
Big fan. They're a little small. They are definitely sliders. I did feel like I got ripped off a little bit.
Taco Bell's getting a little bit expensive. Yeah,
it was $3, and I was like, this is not $3 worth of crispy chicken slider, but it was pretty good.
All right. Sav had McDonald's not too long ago, she says.
Hell yeah.
Taco Bell is trash. Tom, dog, you gotta go, dog.
If I had to rank them, I think our jam is probably McDonald's number one. I know Burger King is last for sure.
But I feel like all kids like McDonald's, so I get it. I get why that would be the number one pick.
Yeah, and honestly, you can't beat the soda. Like, it's the best soda. They have weird ways that they treat their carbon monoxide and ways that they mix their syrups and all this stuff that definitely makes a difference.
Okay, yeah, I'm not a big soda person, so.
You don't like fridge seg? What are you drinking over there?
Coffee.
All right, fair.
Coffee. We got to find a good coffee spot in Miami because I'm going to need my coffee, guys.
It's true. That's going to be important.
I'm going to do my research, actually. Find a coffee shop walking distance from where we're staying.
Cool. That's perfect.
Yeah. Soda bad.
Lots of stuff is bad.
Yeah, you got to pick your poison, so to speak. Dividend Cake, I don't go there, so no.
Same.
Will not. I'd rather go support a local coffee shop.
It's much more interesting that way.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's maybe my favorite part about traveling is like you get somewhere and you're like, okay, where's my coffee shop going to be? You know?
Mm-hmm.
When we went to Chicago for that first trader meetup, there was a really cool coffee shop right next to me. It was awesome in there. I went like 8 times. Yes.
All right. Remember the name of that place. So when we go to Chicago, we can go there.
No, we're not going to stay over there. I stayed in a spot I shouldn't have stayed.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
But I did find a cool coffee shop over there. But once I told them where I was, they were like, what the hell are you doing over there? I was like, I don't know.
That's hilarious. Welcome to Coffee Talk. I can get behind that, Fractal. PJs?
Oh, here's a question.
Yeah. What?
When do you switch from hot coffee to cold brew? Assuming that you do.
Honestly,
what time of year do you make this switch 100%?
I prefer iced coffee any day of the week.
Okay, even in the wintertime?
Even in the wintertime, yeah, 100%. Whoa. You must have missed all the streams where I'd come on with like a Dunkin' in my hand.
You're drinking iced coffee in the wintertime?
Yeah.
That's insane.
But like sometimes I'll have hot coffee because like my mom will make it and I'm not gonna say no to her making me coffee. So
the only time you're drinking hot coffee is when you're like slumming it and getting free hot coffee. But otherwise, you're jamming.
yeah, it's not. Yeah,
iced
my
coffee.
jam is always iced. Yeah, 100%.
All right. Salma, you should get this fancy coffee maker I have because it
Dude,
makes really good iced coffee.
You said that. I don't know.
If you're this deep into cold brew, it might be worth the investment.
Oh, what are we doing, Crude? Stop it. All right, if this thing pushes, I'm probably done for the day. Sorry, not to cut off the cold brew talk, but
No, it's cool. I want to get. I want to see what's happening to these dudes at now. There's liquidity at 13 and 10 that are.
They just disappeared.
Yep, they keep putting it on and pulling it back off. We're in this node. I want to trade it. I like it. I need a better entry though. And I just haven't been able to get it. There are times of the day where snapping into a momentum trade can be quickly rewarded, and that time of day has passed. So once we get into like after 11 o'clock, definitely after 11:30.
You seen the 1300 guy at 27 on ES? 28,
yes,
28
yes,
now.
I am. Yes, I am. He's dragging up, huh?
What's he scheming?
I don't know. I try not to pay attention to it until it gets there and see what happens. If they pull it or if it gets filled and what happens after the fill. No, I'm sorry, Reload Bid. I did not see your question, bud.
Reload Bid, he was just ignoring you.
That's a lie. I like the chat, even though the chat was spicy yesterday. Reload Bid, I can't see it, homie. Can you send it again?
He just did.
Oh. Great. Stowe, if we are approaching a high time frame VWAP, not a deviation, and you think we will slice through it, but you want to catch a bounce, how would you go about that? Well, the thing about high time frame VWAPs in general is I don't like to trade around those. I don't like to trade around any of the high time frame stuff at all because that stuff serves as more of a zone than anything else. Also, I don't know if it's going to slice through it until it does, right? So, I mean, we don't really have one that. Well, today is Thursday, so we can use the weekly, and the weekly was down here, and it was definitely support on both ES and NQ, and it was certainly support pre-market too, like almost annoyingly support. So, but I still really don't like them because they get. That's more of a frame of reference for me. Like this is the middle, right? Like if that is a weekly time frame and we're looking at it, then this is the middle. It's not somewhere I want to trade. So I don't know. So I guess the answer is I don't. I just don't trade those things, man. Oh, good. Thank you, Craig. Iran's Revolutionary Guards say they started attack on Amazon's cloud computing center in Bahrain, Iran, or Bahrain. Sorry.
Bahrain.
Thank you.
There you go. Third time's a try or a charm. Ugh, this price action is maddening. Sam, it's okay. We all need a little bit of correction every now and then. Correcting.
Listen.
I say stuff all the time that's wrong here. It's fine.
I'm just an idiot that clicks buttons, and I have to pivot from explaining how I approach weekly VWAP band price action to pronouncing foreign cities. So I'll take some slack. I'll take a little bit of slack every now and again on that.
Yeah, give him a little bit of grace.
I need some grace.
Clipped. Yeah, you're cooked.
I'm so cooked. They got enough clicks of me. They had me singing a totally weird song yesterday.
Oh wait, we need the lyric person in the chat. Are they here today? They're not here. Damn. Did you read a lyric off from the chat? Is that why you sang?
No. Somebody said
right.
looking for longs in all the right places yesterday, and that I was just like the country song. Like what the hell are you talking about?
That got you going?
Yeah, it did. And then I had the idea to make the entire song about you could just turn that entire song into a trading song, which if I get bored enough over the weekend, I might do. We'll see. We'll see what the kid wants to be up to.
Bro, Cooper said Salma's always taking attendance. Yeah, I am.
It's true.
I gotta make sure you guys are here. Gotta check up on you guys. I care.
Are you gonna fill
All
this?
right, I want to see if CL will reject here. If not, GG. This is probably Bear's last chance. Oase, how old do you think Stowe is?
Somebody talking about I'm old enough.
Don't give away anything.
All right.
How old do you think Stowe is? Because I was baffled.
Baffled, she says.
Baffled. I was baffled.
29? The hell yeah. 27.
Bro, I genuinely thought you were like 27. Yeah.
Oh,
wow, chat is awake. Let's freaking go, chat.
Let's go, chat. 45. Okay, it's going in the wrong direction.
No, Yagi, I was not even trying to be kind. I was just so taken back. Because Stowe, not for nothing, but like you have young spirit to you. Like,
yes, I am very immature. Correct.
that's not what I meant. That is not what I said. Excuse me. I was
12
I didn't even,
exactly.
I didn't even think you had kids. Like, but then again, Jack has kids, and I'm like, how the hell does Jack have a kid? I'm always just taken back. I figured
This might
I don't
surprise
know
you,
age.
but having a kid's pretty easy. Lots of people can do it. It's when they start walking around that it becomes more complicated.
Oh yeah, when they
They start putting tattoos on you while you're in the middle of your stream. Yeah.
Pause. Austin said Salma is 32. First off, I'm nowhere near 32. Thank you very much. I'm offended as hell. Wow.
Shots fired.
Bro, what? I'm closer to being 18 than I am to 32. What the hell? Bro. No, that's got to be rage bait. You're wrong for that. Austin, I wish you a very hot pillow on both sides tonight, my friend. Both sides.
No, I am 40. I am almost 41. Quite close.
That's crazy.
I've earned every one of those years. It's not bad. It's not bad. I don't mind it.
Bro, what is it? Steven with AJ goes, so she had to pause the 1832 math. Yeah, I had to make sure my math was right. I am closer to 18 than 32. Just by like the months and stuff.
Yeah, man, I wish I had this opportunity when I was a kid, for lack of a better word. Like, I didn't get into this until I was 35, 34. So
never too late.
Yeah, that's what they tell me.
All right, last chance at CL, and then I'm done for the day here. I'll give it a little bit more wiggle room.
Oof. Nasty. That was nasty work right there.
What?
Just some Dom stuff. This big order pulled and they stacked a ton on the bid to push through it up into these 20s again.
This is flagging so hard here. It could just go in either direction, really.
Are you long or short CL right now?
Oh, short.
Okay.
But the flag is on the indices. Yeah, charts and code. Everyone's like, oh, it's such a good thing you started early. But it's like, is it that good that I started trading so early? Because I was immature and dumb. Like, I lost a stupid amount of money that I had no business losing. So I don't really know if it's that great of a thing.
Well, I don't think. Yeah.
It's like I was 18 when I started looking into the market, and then I was like 19 when I first placed like my first options trade. I had no business doing that because I lost a lot of money, like a lot starting out. And I look back and I'm like, how did I even have that much to lose to begin with? So, yeah, I guess young is good to just have like establish a foundation in the market and like getting your reps in, but it's not that great from a immature, childish, you need to still develop perspective.
Can I tell you a secret?
Yeah, tell me.
Old people are also immature,
Dumb and
selfish.
immature. And yeah, I guess. All right.
So,
fair.
I don't think I was thinking about it yesterday because that we had some fun with getting trolled yesterday in the chat, and that dude was continuing.
Dude, that dude came after me too. I'm like, what the hell? Why are you coming after me?
Well, it made me. It's whatever. I love that stuff because it means like, yeah, it's fun. People are interacting. It's good. But it actually made me think because one of the things he said about me was, it's clear you don't. There's a lot you don't understand, and I'm like, yeah, man. Like, really, I really don't.
Yeah, and I'm the first. Still, I mean, I'm the first to admit like when I don't know anything. I'm the first to ask the dumb questions. I don't care. I know I don't know everything in the market.
Yeah.
And that's the cool thing too about trading is like it's just this constant cycle of learning.
But I think so that got me thinking. And I'm like, so there are people out there that think that their trading style is the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of people that like try to teach and sell their specific trading style. But even in those specific disciplines, I don't think you can substitute just the sheer amount of time you have to stare at those situations because like I don't think that there's a way for there to not be a discretionary element to any of the things that we're up to. However, whatever angle you pick to look at this thing, like whether you think the white van's coming or whether you think gamma is a thing or whether you think who knows, however you decide to, whatever lens you decide to look at the market through, you still got to stare at the screen and probably lose a bunch of money for a couple years before you get even like, okay. I just don't think there's a way around it.
Yeah, I agree. You gotta pay your dues to the market.
I also like you have to figure out if you want to stick around long enough to get good. Cause I mean, this isn't fun unless you like it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there were years where it was just like back to back losing. And I understand why people quit. I get it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I understand it 100%. But I'm of the mentality that as long as I'm trying, there's a chance that I can be good, right? And that one chance is that possibility is what keeps me going. Just quitting and that's it. I'm done for. Like, I know I will never make it in trading, but as long as I continue, then I'm bridging the gap and I'm working on potentially making it. So that potentially is really the reason that I've stuck with it so long.
Yes. And this is why I like you. And this is why I liked you the first time I talked to you on the telephone.
Yeah.
Is because
I appreciate that, by the way.
You are one of the people in this world that sees something as like there's a 1% chance. Only 1% of people get to pull this off. And you say to yourself, somebody's got to be the 1%. And that's what it takes. And there aren't a lot of people that look at that. A lot of people look at that 1% and they're like, well, that's impossible.
I mean, it's been done, right? So like it's possible. It's literally possible. And it's just like, as long as you keep trying, you're in the game for possibly making it. And it's just like, why the hell would I quit?
Yep.
Why would I quit? Someone in the chat goes, Salma, how did you end up in the market? I don't think you shared that. Did someone you know trade? So, I think your name's Katz. Katz, I'm a first gen here. Parents don't speak English. No one in my family really knows anything about the market. They still don't understand what I quite do here every single day when I'm on YouTube and like
just tell them it's a podcast. That's what works for me.
no one like they kind of understand, but they kind of don't. And it's just like I don't have, I don't really know how to explain it to them because there's that language barrier. So I just kind of do my own thing and my mom knows that the bills get paid and so that's the cool thing about this. But no one I knew traded. No one I know even has like a long-term stock portfolio, like aside from, 401ks or whatever, but no one has gone out of their way to do those kinds of things. So no, I kind of just started out with one of my friends from high school. We were just like, oh, stock market, cool. Let's look into shares. And I like bought shares in the dumbest companies. I've said it on stream. I bought shares. I had shares, guys, at the top on XPEV. I had shares at the top on Neo. I bought Luckin Coffee that ended up getting delisted. Dude, like
I remember that thing.
I bought I spent money on the dumbest stuff.
Sure.
Okay. And that's what I mean though. Like so much money just thrown away into the market. And I had no business doing any of that stuff. But yeah, that's how I got started. And then I ended up finding out that there's such a thing as like Discord groups and you can like be part of a community. And so I went that route and then got started into options trading. It was around, I caught the whole GameStop AMC era. Thankfully, never got involved with that. Never bought any AMC calls or GameStop shares or anything like that. So very, very grateful that I was able to at least stay away from that because knowing me, I probably would have got in at the top and I'd be a bag holder and I'm good. I'm good, dude. I am good. Hold on. Exploring CME, I don't use any of those, so I have no idea, but I know Jim uses MenthorQ, so if there's one that you're going to use, I would recommend the one that Jim uses, because Jim's a genius.
That's true. I back that. Jim is a genius.
Yeah, Jim is also cool as hell.
Yeah, we all bought some dumb stuff. I think I had Snapchat leaps at one point. So, yeah.
We could spend the rest of the stream talking about the dumb stuff that I've gotten myself into in the market. It was dumb. It was really, really dumb.
Snapchat leaps. Oh, put that on my tombstone.
You thought, oh, I'm buying time. It's good. It'll be fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Oh. But yeah, that's kind of like my story.
Which flying car stock did you all buy?
Bro, I had NKLA as well. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep.
Dude. What else? Let's see. Hold on. Do you guys know Public, the broker? I had a Public account before Public was even like cool to use, because now I see it all over Twitter. You like, oh, AI this, AI that. That's where I was buying all my stuff.
I only used Robinhood, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was using Robinhood too, but now my what I thought was going to be my long-term port that ended up going nowhere. It was on Public.
The only investing I do now is just like I just use the Fidelity robot, and it goes into some weird thing that my kid can use when she's 18 to buy school stuff. So that's it.
That's it?
Yep, that's it. The rest of the stuff I'm just scalping.
Bro, I'm trying, hold on. The best thing I did was I bought Tesla shares. It was like
Okay.
it was pre-split. I caught the split and ended up having some Tesla shares. That was about it. I'm trying to find. All right, I can't do it right now. But yeah, that was my idiotic phase when I first started out, thinking I can buy all these like cheaper stocks and one day they'll boom.
I mean, even my good trades were bad though. Like I bought Palantir for $12
Bro.
and sold it for 18, you know?
Oh no, that would haunt me. No
So yeah,
way.
I got lots of those things. I bought Apple like 120. So
No.
yeah.
It's okay. It's all right. You gotta just remind yourself.
Yeah.
You can't catch every move, okay?
No, I can't. That's why I don't look at this stuff anymore, other than inside the day. And then I close it, and then it's dead, and then I open it back up, and then it's alive again. And that's when I talk to it. It's much easier to manage this way.
That's mad funny.
I think it would be weird if we didn't have another stab at the highs. If you look at this ridiculousness that we're creating right here, where we cannot get past this 23 thing, we are making the most ridiculous rising wedge ever. And I hate TA, but I can't ignore the fact that we're making equal highs and higher lows at the same time. So it's getting disgusting, and we're doing it on NQ as well.
CL on the move. Yeah, bid ask. I took myself out of that short. I'm done. Done trying to short CL.
They're gonna
There
let me in.
goes.
They're gonna let me in at some point.
Is it worth trying shorts on YM?
I don't know.
I hate that this wick is so freaking high up.
Since I see ES and NQ in lockstep, I assume that the Dow is doing the exact same thing. Does the chart look the same?
Yeah.
See, on those days,
They're just flaggy.
I just go with the instrument when they're all in sync like that. I just go with the instrument that has the most like payability. So that's why I would just be on ES today.
I mean, yeah, look at this thing.
Yeah.
It's just flaggy. You can even do it like this. So it could be a little cleaner.
That's a sweep for ants, Fractal. That is not a sweep. So we swept nothing. I don't know if that's a good word or not, payability. I made it up. So Let's not hold me to that. Remember, I'm an idiot that clicks buttons, and I don't want the responsibility of anybody thinking I'm anything beyond that.
You crack me up.
I need as little personal responsibility.
I hear you, my
on
friend.
this screen as humanly possible.
I hear you.
Sweet. We'll see. Let's see if 08 is going to hold this again.
Kamal is saying, he's asking Selma, what props are you currently trading with? Do you copy trade them or trade them individually? I'm mainly with Lucid right now. I do copy trade using TradeSyncer, but sometimes it depends on the day, right? I'm not always copy trading. Sometimes I do manually, individually trade the different accounts, but I do have a copy trader using TradeSyncer.
You're not a trade copia fan.
I am, but
I'm the
just,
copia guy.
It just trade copia. I'm like, I thought, never mind.
You thought I was doing the accent.
I thought you were doing an accent. Bro.
Is it copia? Well, that's what we
know.
call it because we're like trade copia.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Hello, Tube Doubt 5. Hello.
Chris, what did I even do? Chris says, Selma, you are something else. What did I even do? What is the best free copy trader? I mean, I guess you can go on Tradeovate and you can do your copy trader that way.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything free that's going to be able to
Guys,
copy between firms. That's where you start to pay.
You got to pay. Like, a lot of people want everything for free, but it's like you have to invest into this, right? So that you can make your life a little bit easier.
If you have reached the point where you need a trade copier because you have scaled what you're up to, you can pay $50 a month for the trade copier. It will be built into your budget. So if
people
you
just don't like to pay for things, and it's just like you're in this. Like, I know people who are still rocking free trading view, and they're on like delayed. I'm like, why do you do that to yourself? You get delayed data, and you get an ad every freaking 5 minutes. Like, why? Just pay the $15. Make your life easier. Is it really worth it? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. I guess you could just manually individually trade every account. I used to do that before I bit the bullet and got a trade copier. I used to literally, like, I'd enter on one account, quickly switch to the other account, get into the same trade. Obviously, there would be, slippage between them. Like, one will have a better entry, but that's what I get for, not wanting to spend the money on the trade copier. But yeah, this is your career. Like, you have to spend money, guys.
Yeah,
Make
it's a
life
business.
easier.
It's a business.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're gonna have overhead. You call it spend, whatever. Data costs money. Your computer costs money. This microphone costs money. If this is part of your business, all that stuff. So, but I don't think people should be doing. I think people jump into multiple accounts and all that stuff faster than they should, because they're chasing ideas that they saw on the internet that are not necessarily repeatable.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's like the thing I wish I knew when I first started trading is there is a new, I can't say the F word at the moment. Mind F. There's a new Mind F around every corner once you make it a new step into the thing. So like when I first started trying to figure out futures and I got into using prop accounts, it was really hard to pass one. It was really hard for me to pass an eval. I think it took me like 4 months to pass my first eval. And it was like the greatest accomplishment I've ever achieved.
Dude, it feels good. Yeah.
Yes. Now I can pass an eval. If I can't pass an eval, something's wrong.
Yeah.
I can pass an eval in 2 days if you throw it at me. I could get in there and just do the thing. So, but each step you make in the right direction is a new set of mind F that comes with it. And one of those is like, okay, now once you start making money, then that's a new mind F. And then once you add multiple accounts and you start to really leverage this stuff, then that's a new mind F. So anytime you change something in your money process, business process stuff, that's going to be some sort of mental weight. And I wish that I knew that. I wish that somebody told me like, hey, that's great that you did that, but it's going to come with all these new things that you didn't know about that you're going to feel and and wonder about. So, yeah, I try to tell folks to take it slow on the prop stuff and not leverage up too fast because they're trying to be a record holder or whatever. Because there's no, regardless of what Twitter says, there's no trophies floating around for this. Like, I don't get a trophy.
There's the dump.
Doesn't get a trophy.
No, there is a trophy. The validation of random people on the internet. That is the trophy, Stowe. Come on. Did you not know that?
Yes. NQ bid freak 42069 said, good trade to me today. That's great. Thank you.
Dividend Cake says Lucid Flex or Pro. What's your take? Personally, I would have to, if I had to choose between the two, if those were like my only options, I would pick Flex.
I think Flex is when I looked at him too. I think Flex is the better one.
I mean, I've traded pros. I do sometimes buy pros. Flex, the only reason why I'd pick a Flex is because if you have a losing day on a pro account, it messes with your consistency, and then you've got to work that much harder to, make up for the loss and then be within consistent. It just like it really screws things up. Whereas a Flex account, like if you take a losing day, whatever, it is what it is. Come back tomorrow, try to shoot for your winning day, and then you move on with life, right? It's really that consistency rule on a losing day that I absolutely hate on pro. So yeah, I would pick a Flex any day of the week. I don't really care too much about being able to pass in one day. I mean, what the heck is the difference? I can pass in 2 days. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
That would be my take.
Okay.
Shout out to It's Futch. He's always watching NTL. He's always kind to us. Really appreciate it. And if I ever really do give away the hat, I will sign it and you can get it.
You sign it? You doing autos now?
I'll sign it. Why not? I mean, I don't know what my autograph will get you, but I'll sign it. Sure.
I might have to figure out a secondary market for Salma's autograph if that's where we're going with this. Okay.
Bro,
okay.
production told me to go buy a gray Sharpie and sign that thing. So that's what that's what I'm doing.
All right, cool.
We can even do like a raffle since a couple people are now fighting for this hat. Just an FYI, it has never been worn for longer than like 30 seconds to see how it looks on me.
Are they gonna?
Hi, Jim.
Hey, great job, you guys.
Thank you, brother.
Hello.
How are you?
Well, other than you kind of threw me for a curveball.
Good.
I kind of spent the last hour and a half looking up coffee shops in Miami, so I was down there.
Nice. Oh, good.
Jim, we have to go, please.
So thank you for that. Time in my life I could never get back, but it was fun trying.
Listen, I think I land before everyone else on Thursday.
Yeah, I get in pretty late.
I'm going to be hanging out with production, Jim, and whoever else is there. Let's all go get coffee.
All right.
That should be like on the to-do list. The first thing on the to-do list.
Sounds like a plan. But
right.
I have even better news.
Okay.
We have another swag giveaway.
Nice.
Wait, I didn't enter this one. Hold on.
We have another winner. Remember, yesterday, Brad Quinn 3315 was the first winner. Damon's 94.14 was the second winner.
Come on, baby.
Arkanoa, the third winner. And today, we're giving 3 more away today, by the way. But today, the first winner today is Adam 13 Me. I don't know if Adam is here, but Adam,
I'll
congratulations.
double check. He's not
on
here.
being the swag winner. We have 2 more to go, though. We'll do one at 2 o'clock. We'll do one at 4 o'clock. So there's still hope. There's still a chance.
Oh man, I waited 1,000 years for this trade. An hour. This is good. Let's wrap
happening.
this show up. My trades only work when the show's over.
Okay. Well, all right. A couple other things then, real quickly here. The comments that Salma made about spending money is very true, right? You can't control a lot of stuff in trading, but what you can control is the computer you use, your internet connection, get the best one you can get, plug it in if you could plug it in, right? Any kind of service that you think could give you an edge. Maybe it's a real-time news feed. Maybe it's an add-on to a platform that's helpful, whatever it is. It generally, when you drive with that stuff, it usually works out your way. So don't be afraid. Buy a new PC, a dedicated PC that, they're cheap. They're not that expensive anymore. And use it as a dedicated machine. You don't have to be, playing video games at the same time in the same machine and doing all this other stuff. If you focus and be dedicated. So those are really wise words, Selma. I appreciated that.
Jim, I will say this from personal experience. Starting out, I was always a phone trader. I would always trade off of my phone. And for the longest time, I would just call myself a trader just by name and literally not by progress, because being a phone trader, you're very, very limited, right? You can only see charts. They're so small on the phone, right? You're struggling to go in between different apps and placing your trade and going back and checking the chart, whatever. Long story short, my trading got better when I actually invested into a setup. And some of you might not believe me, but if you guys really do invest in a laptop or just it could be a $70 portable monitor like the one I have sitting in front of me, and it'll do the job, guys. It does not have to be really, really expensive. You can start off with something cheap and work your way up. Trust me, get that set up. It will definitely elevate your trading by a lot.
True that. And on the whole spending money theme, I have some good news for you, Selma. I just looked you could take a Amtrak train to Pittsburgh to join us at the baseball game for $67.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Free
He
Wi-Fi.
still wants me to go there.
Free
Oh my
Wi-Fi,
God.
cafe service. I mean, it's checking all your boxes, Selma. So you got to do
Dude, it's going to be fun.
Dude, I don't think I'm making it. I'm not going to lie.
All
I can
right.
tell you guys, yeah, I'll be there, and then flake last minute, but I won't do that to you guys. I don't think I'll make it.
Oh, man. Well,
We'll
I'll miss
see.
you. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Mission control's asleep.
I'm pumped on this long. I'm going to hold this thing.
All right. So a last comment. You're going to hold these still? You're hanging in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I took one off. I'm going to keep one. I'm going to tuck this. I'll tighten it up a little bit, but yeah, I did wait 1,000 years to get back down here and give previous day low a proper sweep, and I felt like that was as close as we were going to get. So,
all right, sweet, you guys. Appreciate you. I will not see you anymore. Who am I going to see this afternoon? Either yes, I'll see Selma again, right?
No, they didn't. They took me off double duty, dude.
All right. Well, happy long weekend, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Easter.
You
We
too,
will
man.
talk to you next week.
All right, later. Thanks, chat. See you, Selma.
Bye, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, let's go ahead and take a peek at the NASDAQ. I have a 30-minute candle chart up on my screen, kind of double top-ish so far today. The interesting thing is, we kind of rallied off of these lows. S2 was the low. That was part of the daily pivot study. And then the US IB was just all green, right? Pretty much all green. Then we broke above the IB on some news. Maybe it was real, maybe it wasn't. Who knows? And now we're kind of settling down. And where are we settling down at? We're settling down at that put support level, that 0 DTE put support level. That's at 24,150. And 0 DTE, for those of you who don't know, is 0 days till expiration options. These are options that are expiring today. Put support here is the strike where there's heavy put positioning, and it tends to act like a magnet or a rejection intraday. Price hits it and holds above. Dealers buy back hedges. You often get a bounce, scalp long opportunity. Price breaks through it to the downside. Dealers hedge again, shorting the move, which can accelerate the downwards action. So keep that in mind. We're right at it right now. It's kind of, we don't have a real direction right now. Looking a little bit bearish as we're kind of trading a little bit below it, but we've traded a little bit above it as well. So right now, that's kind of the magnet, and it lines up really nicely with the pivot and the point of control on today's intraday chart. So keep an eye on those 0 DTE call resistance levels and the 0 DTE put support levels. And as Selma pointed out, I have mine supplied to me by our friends at MenthorQ. So that's the NASI. The other market that I wanted to kind of show you while we have time together here today is the 30-year U.S. Treasury bonds. Everybody knows this is my favorite. Let's go ahead and pick this guy up. Now, we've had a nice rally here as well, and this really started before the equity rally. This really wasn't really a news-driven rally as much as just a kind of a organic move up, right? We saw this thing start around 7:30 to 8 o'clock candle. This is a 30-minute candle chart, and it was a kind of a nice orderly rally all the way up to, and we went ahead and we kind of broke through, and now we're sitting on that 0 DTE call resistance level, or 0 DTE gamma wall, also a magnet, and we'll talk about that at a next edge report. But we have the point of control right there as well. We also have that US IB high there as well. So the other thing is it's 114 handle. That's kind of positive, right? That's mental. That's kind of I'd say psychological level for sure. We're out of the 113s, but barely out of the 113s. One of the things that really are important here is we rejected the 112s, right? We spent a little bit of time overnight at the 112 after the big speech, and everybody was a little worried. And it was kind of sideways. We didn't get that big sell-off, and Craig Shapiro mentioned it this morning. Tracy Shuchart mentioned it this morning. We didn't get that exaggerated sell-off on the downside that we thought we would when you had a corresponding move in the equity market. So kind of the correlation has changed a little bit, and the 30-year is looking a little bit more robust than I expected, which is probably a good thing for everybody. So having said all that, that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions. As you know, we hit that 200,000 level, and it's because of you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate everybody viewing. Appreciate everybody in the chat. We're going to give away another swag package at around 2 o'clock this afternoon, and then the third and final one at the end of the day around 4 o'clock. So in the meantime, have a nice relaxing lunch. Enjoy, and hopefully we will see you soon.